workshop is being recorded. This is our third Aliso Canyon workshop, and to kick it off, we have Commissioner Randolph.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us to discuss the latest modeling results for our proceeding investigating the future of the Aliso Canyon facility. Today's presentations focus on scenarios that examine the reliability and rate impacts of peak operating conditions in the gas system. This represents a great deal of effort on the part of our in-house modeling teams, working in coordination with their counterparts at Los Alamos National Lab over the last year. As Christina mentioned, this is the third modeling workshop, and there will be one final, likely shorter workshop to present the results of the 1 in 35 extreme peak hydraulic modeling. We didn't quite have those results ready yet, but we wanted to move forward with this discussion as soon as we were ready. This analysis also sets us up nicely for the third phase of this proceeding, which just recently kicked off. As many of you know, we have contracted with an independent expert consultant to develop scenarios that explore how to modify the existing system to replace the Aliso Canyon facility, such as with new clean energy resources, demand reduction, or infrastructure changes, without impacting reliability and preserving just and reasonable rates. That contract is in place, and my advisors and I had the opportunity to meet with the consulting team a few weeks ago. The team will be able to build on many of the assumptions, inputs, and modeling that will be covered today, which reflect declining gas use on the path to achieving our long-term climate goals. With that, I'll hand it back to Donald Brooks to get things started.
Good morning, folks. My name is Donald Brooks. I am a supervisor of the modeling team. What I will do is bring up some slides that are introductory slides on the day. Christina, could you share the PCM slide deck, because it has some introductory slides that I wanted to introduce right now.
Okay, let me pull those up. Did you want to share the slides, or did you want me to share them?
If you could. I don't have them queued up exactly right now. All right. So the technical workshop number 3, final production cost modeling slide deck. Could you advance the slide? Today's agenda. Sorry, I'll just ask you to advance the slide when I'm done, when I need that. So, introduction, ground rules, workshop logistics, audio through computer or phone. I'll let you read that for a moment. This workshop is being recorded. Please focus on your ergonomics, and please note surroundings and emergency exits around you. And as you see, there's the audio information. Our host today will be Christina and myself. And you just heard Commissioner Randolph begin with a short introduction. Could you advance one more slide, please? Workshop logistics. Today's presentations and agenda are available on the WebEx link under Event Material. Type password Aliso123 in the box and click View Info. You'll see the control panel for this WebEx along the bottom with some instructions there on mute, on how to see the list of participants. how to do the chat feature, and how to leave the meeting. And then please raise your hand when it's time for Q&A. Could you advance the slide, please? So today's discussion, the scope of the workshop today is to address issues in Phase 2 of the Aliso OII, but it is not intended to address Phase 3 issues. The workshop is structured to stimulate an honest dialogue and engage different perspectives. Please keep comments friendly and respectful. The chat feature is for Q&A or technical issues. Do not start or respond to sidebar conversations. And as you see, this WebEx is held via WebEx events where everyone is muted at the beginning of the webinar. Speakers are asked to state their name and their organization before speaking. That's important. And to speak during Q&A times, please send your questions to the moderator via the chat feature or via email. I see that a few parties already sent us emails over the weekend. Could you advance the slide, please? Our workshop objectives. Today's for information sharing. We're here to review the overall objectives and analysis required for the proceeding. We're here to present the results of production cost modeling. We're here to present an overview of hydraulic modeling and some simulation replications that we did. Presenting the 1 in 10 winter peak and summer hydraulic modeling results. That will be Los Alamos doing that. Our staff will present work on hourly profiles and zonal capacity studies that we did. We're here to solicit feedback, answer questions from parties, and promote open, informal discussion. Please advance the slide, please. Great. So review of objectives, the phases of the proceeding. The PUC opened I-17-01-002 pursuant to SB 380 to determine the feasibility of minimizing or eliminating the use of Aliso. We have engaged in extensive stakeholder process over the last year plus to evaluate the effects of minimizing or eliminating Aliso. We published a final scenarios framework. They're linked in the slide deck on the 4th of January, 2019, which laid out the overall sequence and process for what we're going to do. And that was Phase 1 of the proceeding was the scenarios framework. Phase 2 of the proceeding was all the modeling that we've performed and the results that we show today. Could you advance the slide, please? The scenarios framework sought to answer the following questions. Is the Aliso Canyon storage field needed for reliability? If so, what's the minimum inventory required? What are the cost and affordability impacts to gas and electric customers? This Phase 2 workshop presents results of those studies. And once we identify the gaps, we can discuss what changes or mitigations could be made to gas infrastructure rules and regulations, and that will be in Phase 3. Please advance the slide, please. So here is production cost modeling result. So that will be the next presentation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly walk through the schedule for the proceeding. Christina, could you make me able to share, please?
I will make you the presenter now, Donald. Just give me 1 second. You should.
Thank you. Great, I see it. I'm going to share VMware Horizon Client. And what I'll do is do this, and here's the schedule for the proceeding. This is published to the PUC website. What I just said there, 1/4/19, that was a final scenarios framework. We had a workshop 6/20/19 down in Los Angeles, performed a bunch of econometric analysis. had a workshop number 2 on 11/13/2019. You see where my cursor is, maybe. Then we did a bunch of production cost modeling, all this stuff. Then we have a workshop number 3 here, 7/28/2020, this one right here, line number 28, where we're at right now. We performed PCM modeling through all those steps, performed hydraulic modeling, the 1 in 10 hydraulic modeling, which shows 50% now all the way done, and that was ready. Then we published everything for the 7/28 workshop in line 28. We still have line 25 here, which is not complete. It's 2% done. It's still underway. That we'll continue to work on later on in this year. Then we'll get to final results published between here and September. We're going to continue compiling results, writing reports. We hope to have party comments. Well, we'll put out a report, hopefully by the end of August, have some time for party comments, and then in September publish the final report, and then prepare for a workshop maybe in September or October of this year to show the 1 in 35 analysis that we're not complete in line number 25 there. I'll give you a second to take a look at this calendar. Okay. Maybe I'll open it up for any questions or discussion right now, in case we want to open the day with any questions before we begin the production cost modeling slides. Do we have any questions on the phone or from party?
We do have a question from Norman Peterson that was sent to Christina. I'll read it out loud. Yesterday, SCPUC, that's Anaheim, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, Vernon, sent questions about the slides to Aliso OII email address.
Mm-hmm.
Did you receive them?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. There's a few items that we hope to highlight over the course of the following subsequent presentation, and we'll hopefully be able to answer the questions that Norman and other parties who submitted comments and questions. We'll try to work in answers to your questions throughout the presentations, but yes, we received them. Thank you for sending. Anything else?
No other questions for now. Wait 1 second. We do have a question from Nora Sheriff. It says, will the parties be able to comment on both the 110 workshop and the 135 workshop in comments on the draft workshop report?
Sure. I believe that's the case. I believe you will.
Okay, no other questions.
Awesome. Let us move on then. I'm going to stop sharing, and we'll transition to production cost modeling slides that will be presented by Munir Filahi of the resource modeling team. Christina, can you transition Great, Munir's presenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do, Munir.
Okay, cool.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Munir Filahi from the Energy Resource Modeling team. I will be presenting the result of the unconstrained and minimum local generation from the production cost model for Aliso proceeding. Okay, so here is the outline of the presentation. The presentation is divided to 4 parts. The first one is an overview and objectives of the productive cost model. The second part is about the overview of model input and study approach. The third part is the production cost model result, and the last one is the development of the gas profile that's given to the hydraulic model. Lastly, we have some time for Q&A. Before we dive into the fourth part, just want to give or discuss quickly the summary of our finding. So in this slide 11, you will see that the finding is divided to three categories: reliability, production cost model, and emission. So in terms of reliability, we find that there is a significant degradation in reliability in all study years, meaning that the minimum local generation scenario was less reliable than the unconstrained scenario. So just to remind everyone, so the minimum local generation scenario is the scenario where we curtail the power plant base and the CAISO and LWP power flow models. So in terms of the production cost, we find that the production cost and the minimum local generation was a little bit expensive than the unconstrained scenario, and the cost was the cost difference was about like 120 million higher. And in terms of emission, we find that in 2030 it was a slight decrease in emission in the minimum local generation scenario compared to the unconstrained scenario, because there was some energy or some the electric demand was not met. Okay. Now, so the first part of the presentation is an overview and objectives of the production cost model. The production cost model serves two objectives for the Aliso proceeding. The first one is to determine the reliability of the minimum local generation compared to the unconstrained scenario, and also compare the economic or production cost in both scenarios for the 3 years, 2020, 25, and 2030. And the second objective is to provide the hydraulic model with demand profile for the 3 years for both scenarios. So slide 14 is showing the process how we developed the gas profile that's been given to, or we're going to give to the hydraulic model. So if you look at the top box, so PCM in the production cost model, we simulate two scenarios. So the first scenario is the unconstrained scenario. The second one is the minimum local generation scenario. So both scenarios produce 100 fuel profiles. So, and then, well, and let's take one example. Like, for example, like in the unconstrained case, we produce 100 profiles. Then we rank them from the lowest to the highest, and then we pick the 90th percentile fuel profile, and then that profile is given to the hydraulic model to simulate the electric generation demand. And then for the minimum local generation, we did the same thing, but like the percentile is different. We picked the fuel profile that's corresponding to the 97th percentile. So, and those, just to mention, those fuel profile are like for both for winter and summer. So for the summer, we use September to represent summer, and for the winter, we use December to represent the winter. So those are when we say like, when I said like 100 fuel profile, I meant like monthly fuel profile for September and for December. Okay. So this slide is very much kind of repeat, but like is showing how we developed the unconstrained and the minimum local generation. So let me go back. Okay. So this one is about like how we construct like the unconstrained scenario. So here in this case, in the unconstrained scenario, we used the scenario that was used in the reference system plan in IRP proceeding, the one that just got adopted in March. So here you see there is no constraint on the gas. So the gas power plant, you can get the gas anytime you want. So there is no constraint in the gas flow. On the second slide, you see the X's in the red. That means we constrained or we curtailed some power plant in so-called gas system. So this curtailment, it was based on the output we got from the power flow model from CAISO and from LEWP. So here, slide number 17 is just a reminder to show people that where is the production cost model fit. So as I said before, the production cost model simulate two scenarios: unconstrained scenario and minimum local generation scenario. So the production cost model is in the between, fit in the between. So we got the result of the power flow models, and then we fit it. We use as an input in the production cost model, and then we produce fuel profile to be for the hydraulic model to use as easy demand. Right. So the second part of this presentation is overview of modeling input and study approach. So we used for our production cost model analysis, we used the SERVM, which is commercial software licensed by or through Astrapi. So SERVM is a stochastic model, is a production and reliability model. So the way SERVM is configured, like when you have a target study year, take for example 2030, so it does not give you only one output or one result for the year, target year. So it gives a range or like a portfolio of results or scenarios based on the weather year, the economic uncertainty, and then the unit outages. And SERVM simulate the generating unit like throughout the year to dispatch them and commit them economically or so. And then when SERVM does simulation, it takes into consideration like several constraints like operating costs and economic cost. I mean the operating cost and then the operation constraint. And also it simulates the entire WAC region. So the WAC region in SERVM is divided to zones. So we have 24 zones. 16 is outside California and 8 regions within California. Those 8 regions are Piscine Bay, Piscine Valley, San Diego, Edison, IID, TID, SMAD, and LEWP. And between these regions, there is constraint, limit, and the power that can flow at the same time between the regions, and also there is hurdle rate. And we provide like more detail in the appendix about like the input and the data development that goes into SERVM. So for people who wants to look at it in more detail. So like I said before, SERVM is a reliability model. So there is several metrics in SERVM that can be used to assess the reliability. So one of them is loss of load, which is the expected frequency of an event. And then also there is another metric called loss of load hours, and the metric look at the duration of unserved energy. And there's another metric we call like EUE, or expected unserved energy, and that look at the volume of unserved energy. So, but our team, our primary metric we use is the loss of load. Loss of load is, and we use a threshold of equal to 0.1, and this threshold is the industry threshold. So some people can interpret as 1 day in 10 years, where the firm load must be shared to balance the grid. So how you read this metric is like if your result is less than 0.1, so you'll be satisfied with the result, and you can conclude that the system is reliable. If the result of loss of load greater than 0.1, we won't be satisfied with the result, and we conclude that the system is not reliable. Yeah, and slide 21 and 22 pretty much is a repeat of what I said before. It's just like here, it shows showing what years we simulate in the unconstrained scenario. So we model 3 years, 22, 26, and 2030, and all of them are reliable. So why? Because we use the same scenario on the IRP proceeding. So we, as you're going to see throughout the presentation, in the main local generation scenario, we simulate years 2020, 25, and 2030. So the reason we simulate like 22 and 26 and 2030 in the unconstrained case, because they were required in the IRP proceeding. And and we simulate 20 and 25 and 30 in the minimum local generation, because that's what we said we're going to do in the scenario framework. Move to the next one. So here, that's what I said. And like I said before, here we use, so for the mean local generation, we curtailed generation in September. And this in September month represent the summer simulation in our production cost model. In December, it represents the winter. So in this curtailment, we're based on the power flow result we got from the CAISO and NWP. And as mentioned before, the study we simulate in the minimum local generation are 20, 2025, and 2030. But we find that there is maybe a slight difference, but the result it doesn't change significantly. So, and then also at the end we provide like the comparison between 2030 in both scenarios, because the year in both scenario matches. So on this slide, it just show the capacity of generation that was removed in the minimum local generation scenario compared to unconstrained. And this is for September. So if you see in the first column, it shows you the type of the unit that's been removed. So there are 3 of them across the 3 simulated years. Like we have combined cycle, we removed the pickers and the cogens. And then, like in the second column, we see the the capacity in the unconstrained scenario, and then the third column, you will see the capacity in the minimum local generation, and then in the last column, it shows how much generation we removed from the minimum local generation. So I guess I will stop here for questions, and then we move to the part number 3.
Okay, first question is from Sarah Gerson. The question is, how did staff choose an LOL target of 0.1 as opposed to, say, an LOL target of 1.0 or 0.24?
So, yeah, like I said, for the industry standards, and they used to all the industry, so, and is a convention in the electric industry. So if it's 0.1 is the criteria, most production cost model or most industry per use. If less than 0.1 is good. If greater than 0.1, that means the system is not reliable.
Okay. Next question. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I add? This is Donald Brooks. I'll just add that what that means from a loss of load expectation or events perspective is that means one event in 10 years. And yeah, like Munir said, it is just industry standard. Ideally, it's meant to say that, ideally there would be an equation that said how much customers were willing to pay for reliability services should equal the incremental cost of increasing reliability services. And sort of an assumption or a proxy for that's been used in the industry for a long time is the one event in 10 years. And so 1 divided by 10, 0.1, loss of load of 0.1 is industry accepted. It's not proven. It's not, it's just, that's kind of what people who do these studies tend to aim for. So it's not, yes, so that's what that means. Just adding some more clarification on that. And I'll also say that the results that we're presenting represent the ISO service area. So Los Angeles Department of Water and Power isn't included in the loss of load results or the production costs or the emissions. I know that someone over the weekend asked that question. I just wanted to clarify that we were showing results for the ISO service area, and that's all. Just the 4 areas that were in the ISO service area. Thank you.
Asking the questions out of order now, there's a question from Catherine Elder. Is the LOLE higher in the min local gen results than in the unconstrained results?
Yes, we'll be showing you that momentarily.
Okay, and then the next question is from Jason Egan. I am going to unmute you, Jason, so that you can ask the question yourself. You're actually not connected to audio, it looks like, so I'll just have to read the question for you. Apologies. The question is, analysis seems to indicate that minimizing thermal generation in Southern California decreases electric reliability, increases electric costs, but has a minimal impact on emissions. Is that correct? Do the costs in slide 11 include broader costs associated with a less reliable system, or is this limited to the increased cost to generate electricity? Also, on slide 15, it appears that all of WEC was modeled. Do you know whether the entire WEC experienced increased costs and decreased reliability? For the emissions, is the only difference that less electricity is being generated? If electricity is imported, do these emission figures include emissions associated with imports?
So, okay. So, yeah, the result like we present in here is just for the CAISO, and then we don't have the results for the entire WAC here. So in terms of the emission, yes. So yeah, he's right about the reliability decreases, or the minimum local generation scenario is less reliable than the unconstrained scenario. The production cost increase, but the emission is there's a slight difference, and because as we're going to show you, and like we'll show the result, is because there is some energy, some load that was not met. So that's yeah. Is that was his question, or do you have the second part of his question?
I think I'm unmuted now, so maybe I can follow up. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I'm curious. On slide 15, I thought it indicated that the whole WEC was modeled. So I'm just curious if this pattern of increased cost and decreased reliability was seen across the WEC, and maybe you just don't have that analysis ready to go. But I'm curious if it extended out beyond the CAISO service territory, and you saw the same pattern outside of California.
Yeah, I don't think we look at So the production cost model the whole WEC. But like the result we show in here is just for the CAISO, and I cannot confirm what happens in the rest of the WEC now.
Got it. So that's probably the same for the emissions then, is if you are making up some of the lost generation through imports, it wouldn't factor in emissions from out-of-state electric generation?
We need to look at the data. I cannot, like I said, I cannot confirm that question. No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next question is from Jeff Wong. The question is, it's also a multi-part question. First, in the minimum local generation scenario, which power plants were curtailed?
Yeah, go ahead, Donald.
Oh, I'll just say that in particular, power plants that are curtailed are considered confidential as part of the power flow modeling results. I figured I would jump in there and just say confidential. That's why we're showing them in aggregate. And I don't even think we're showing Los Angeles Department of Water and Power distinct from IID or SoCal Ed or San Diego, just to protect confidentiality.
Okay. And the next question, also from Jeff Wong, is from 2020 to 2025, the net thermal generation went up. Which plants were added? There are many plants scheduled to shut down due to OTC.
Mm-hmm. There was a big one that went away in 2024 and 2025 that likely contributed to a rise in thermal generation. Diablo Canyon retirement took away a lot of carbon-free electricity, so made up for at least some of it with thermal generation. That's I think that's what's going on there. So it wasn't adding plants; it was existing plants running more.
Okay. Next question is from Angela Tangeti. What are the units on slide 23?
Did we get slide 23? Yeah. Yeah, those are megawatt hours.
Okay.
And that's megawatt. Capacity. Those are megawatts.
Oh, no, sorry, megawatt. Yeah, megawatt. That's the capacity. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Okay. And also, her next question is nameplate or dependable?
Say it one more time.
Nameplate or dependable?
Yeah, Dora, can you confirm these?
It's dependable, but it's dependable as for at least the ISO units from the master control area generating list. I think I might have bungled the name of that table, but it's a public list that's on the CAISO website. But dependable and nameplate aren't super different for the thermal generation. So.
Okay. I am going to unmute Angela in case she has any follow-up questions. Go ahead, Angela. You are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. So, and then the other question I had is to kind of follow up on a previous couple questions. So, are the SERVM total costs, is the minimization from a WEC-wide or a CAISO-wide perspective?
Primarily, Yes, it's a WEC-wide minimization.
Okay, thank you. And then, to follow up on Jeff Wang's question, if these are in megawatts, I guess what he's asking is why are these megawatts going up? I understand what you're saying from megawatt hours. If these were generation, you'd get more generation, but it appears that the megawatts are going up. So there's more units being added in future years, at least from a thermal perspective.
Okay. Oh, well, hold on. If we let's see. Okay, if you look at we're looking at table 23, that's right?
Correct.
Yeah. So we have the unconstrained for 2020. We have the minimum local generation. In the total, we remove 23%. So the minimum local generation is 23% lower than the unconstrained case. In 25, it's only 18%, and that's because for the reason maybe Donald mentioned, because Diablo Canyon. And then, and just remember here, for 2025, we are modeling for the minimum local generation is the year 25, but for the unconstrained is the year 26, because we're using the IRP portfolio. And then for the year 2030, that's when we compare both years, same years in both scenarios. The total was we removed about 30%. So it's lower. The minimum local generation is 35% lower than the unconstrained scenario. So I'm not sure what you mean when you said the thermal was increasing over time.
I'll answer this. I think what Angela is asking about is that combined cycle 9580 number goes to a 10274 number, and so that's about 700 or 690ish, and I think that's 2020 versus 2025. So one of those is. So I think that's probably either Alamitos or Huntington Beach, the new combined cycles there. And the 6179 peaker number to 6281 peaker number in 2025 is probably the Stanton peaker that gets added. So that's probably what that is.
Okay, Angela says thank you. I will next unmute Nora, who will ask the next question. Go ahead, Nora.
Thank you. Good morning, Nora Sheriff for the indicated shippers. Still on slide 23, you've got the cogen line and the percentage of generation removed for the min local gen column is the same in 2020, 2025, and 2030. How did you calculate that percentage of minimum local generation removed, or the min local generation number, the 592 megawatts? How did you derive that?
Okay. So we're talking about how we derive the percentages or how we calculate. So here is what we did. So remember the unconstrained case is just from the IRP. We have certain capacity, the thermal capacity for 3 years. And in this case, for the unconstrained case, we have thermal capacity for 2022, 26, and 2030. And then we removed some thermal generation based on the result of the power flow. So what the power flow did, they removed some the minimum local generation. So they removed some gas power plants and they leave only the ones that are required for the local reliability. So and then that's what we did.
Okay, my question isn't for the combined cycle or the peakers, but specifically for the cogen plants.
Yeah.
How did you come up with the minimum local generation of 592 megawatts?
I'll take this. The minimum local generation is a result of power flow models, and the power flow models we got from the ISO and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. IID, we didn't ask them to provide power flow results, and so the IID plants just stay online throughout the study years. In the IRP model, which is overlapping with the unconstrained scenario, none of the IRP study years retired any cogen, so the cogen all stays the same in all those 3 study years. The min-local generation of cogen is just, it's an interesting finding that the power flow studies, remember this is September, this is a peak month in September, so the peak month, they always, all the power flow models always, seem to curtail the same amount of cogen. I dare say that might mean that they're curtailing the same cogen plants in all 3 study years as being not necessary for local reliability. So that just an interesting finding that the power flow results look to be the same with respect to cogen in all 3 study years in the peak summer month. But as you see, the amount of combined cycle and peaker that is curtailed in the 3 study years does differ. Does that help?
So it was. Yes, thank you, Donald. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a plug number that had been calculated some way that I didn't know about. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Just those are power flow results that we got from ISO and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, curtailing the stuff that they need for their own minimum, for their own transmission reliability. And we just want to make sure that in the model we make sure those power plants are preserved to provide local reliability. We don't want to envision a scenario where we're not able to provide local transmission reliability.
Okay, next question is from, thank you, Nora. Next question is from Michael Alcantar. Appreciate the separation and modeling for CHP resources. How did the analysis determine the minimum generation from such facilities for the modeling? And is that a static figure or subject to modification?
Yeah, I think like Donald mentioned before, these are like the result of the power flow models that we got from NWP and CAISO. So, yeah.
Okay. Next question is from Isam Najin. I may be pronouncing it incorrectly. Can you please provide the technical reference for the industry standard you are referring to?
So yeah, I can follow up on that one. We'll send some documents. So yeah, sure.
Okay, we also have a raised hand here from Norman Peterson. I'm going to unmute you for the next question. Norman, you are now unmuted.
Thank you, and thank you, Munir and Donald, for your presentations. I'd like to start with slide 23, which Nora was asking about. What interested me in slide 23 was how we seem to have a minimum local generation scenario for 2020 that shows 23% of the power generation removed. And then in 2025, we go down to a total of 18%, but then go up by 2030 to 35%. That I would have expected something more linear. Can you explain why the 2020 to 2025 to 2030 figures are not linear?
Okay. So let me go back one more slide here. I'll go back. Okay. No, come here. Just give me 1 second. So if you remember here in the unconstrained scenario, we said we modeled the years 2022, 26, and 2030. And those, we use these years because we said we're going to use the IRP reference system plan. And those are the years that were required in the IRP preceding. Next slide here, like when we did in our scenario framework, we said the minimum local generation, we're going to simulate these 2020, 25, and 2030. So when we go back to the slide, actually here, what are you comparing? Like you are comparing the minimum local generation from 2020 to the unconstrained case of to the year 2022 from the unconstrained case. And then for 25, you are comparing the minimum local generation from 25 to the 26th year in the unconstrained case. And the last year, 2030, is the year that like both scenarios simulate. So the minimum we have, we are comparing the year 2030 from the minimum local generation to the year 2030 from the unconstrained scenario. And the reason you see this here 18, and that is probably because the retirement of the Diablo Canyon. So in 25, the Diablo Canyon was partially operating, and then in here in that constrained case, it was the Diablo Canyon was already retired. So that's why you see a little bit deep over here at 18, and then it goes up to 35.
Can I add to that? I'll just say that the minimum local generation is the result of power flow modeling, and we got those results from the balancing authorities, meaning we didn't do the study. So I can't really speak totally for why 2030 is able. So what that means is percentage of generation removed. So 2030 is able to remove a little bit more generation than 2020 and 2025. The reason for that is probably related to transmission improvements that come online or that are installed between now and then. So 2030 is able to remove a little more than the previous years, and 23% to 18% is kind of a small difference. 5%, it probably represents what, like, see if I can do the numbers real quick here. It's there's like I said, there's a power plant that's installed, and then slightly less is removed, or slightly more peakers is removed, it looks like, between the 2 years. So, 23% to 18% is kind of a similar number. But yes, it seems like in 2030, more generation is able to be removed, and probably the result of that, of more transmission improvements that are made between now and 2030. I don't know if that answers your question totally, but.
Well, thank you. Yes, I am concerned about the asymmetry between the unconstrained scenario and the minimum local generation scenario. We just explained that there's a difference, at least for 2020 and 2025, in the years of data considered. But it looks like there's a second difference. Could you go back to slides 15 and 16? Now, in slide 15, you see that unconstrained gas flow was considered using CAISO production cost data only, even though you had, as I understand it, LAWP production cost data. Is that right?
Yes. We had LADWP production cost results, but for purposes of this presentation, we're focusing on presenting results for the ISO region. Now, that chart on slide 23 is including Los Angeles and IID. They're, Los Angeles is power flow results, and their generation, minimum local generation that was needed for transmission reliability is reflected in that total, but I'm not breaking it out separately.
But LAWP is reflected in the unconstrained column on slide 23, correct?
Yep, they are included in the unconstrained column as well.
So just so the production cost model simulate the entire WAC. And like Donald said, we're presenting the results just for CAISO, but like in both scenarios, LAWP is reflected.
Okay.
Yeah, we have results. We have results for all the regions, but we're just showing you CAISO here.
In slide 15, but in slide 23, you're saying the LA production cost modeling results are included as well as CAISO. In the
power flow results, yes. Slide 23, their power flow results are included. Like I get the unconstrained scenario is all the power plants that are existing in there in those 4 regions. And the minimum local generation column is power flow results from ISO and Los Angeles. Like I said, we didn't ask IID for power flow results. So the minimum local generation scenario includes power flow results, which are transmission reliability studies for Los Angeles and ISO.
Okay, could we go to slide 16 then? Next one.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying, so I don't know what's happened to my computer. Just give me 1 second. Yeah.
Okay, so now this is for minimum local generation.
Mm-hmm.
And so in this one, you're saying that you included LADWP and IID, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, now Munir said that there are 8 California regions. So you're considering 3 of the 8 California regions, correct? ISO.
We are presenting results for the ISO, which are 4 of the 8. All 8, as well as the 16 outside of California, are all modeled and simulated in the production cost model. So we have results, and all the dispatch is done individually, and all the cost minimization and loss of load minimization functions happen for all the 24 regions in the model, in the production cost model, in both unconstrained and minimum local generation scenarios. I don't know if this is helping, but I'm trying.
Okay, well, I think I was trying to get to what's missing. So when we're talking about slide 23, then you're talking about the 4 regions for CAISO, LAWP, IID, which you just held as static, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so you only did a TID, the balancing authority for TID. Or did you omit anybody when you got to your slide 23?
So slide 23 is a tabulation of megawatts of capacity that were included from 4 regions: San Diego, SoCal Ed, Los Angeles, and IID. So Pacific Gas and Electric is not included in those totals, although all those generators from Pacific Gas and Electric, as well as all the other areas of WEC, are included in the production cost model that we ran. I'm just trying to show you, what we're trying to show you here is the total generation in SoCal Gas's system, and then the total generation in SoCal Gas's system in the minimum local generation scenario. We're just trying to show you what was taken out. People, I imagine people would ask, so when you curtailed generation, how much curtailed? We're just trying to show you how much was curtailed. And all this generation was meant to represent thermal generation that was on SoCal Gas's system.
Okay. And
so
in the interest of time, I'm sorry.
And TID and all that weren't on SoCal Gas's system.
Yes, in the interest of time, we have to finish the presentation. So let's give the floor back to Munir and Donald. We will not be taking any questions until the end of the presentation. So there are still a few. Please hold on to your questions. Thanks.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Okay. So now we move to the production cost model result. So the first result we're presenting here is the reliability result. And like we say in the first slide, the minimum local generation scenario experienced a higher loss of load expectation, meaning that it's less reliable than the unconstrained scenario. And this is in this table showing like the three years we compared. So for the unconstrained scenario, we have year 2022, 26, 2030. So and for the minimum local generation, we have results for 2020, 25, and 2030. So as I said before, the SERVM is a reliability model, and it has different metrics you can look at too. So the primary one we use is loss of load. And then in the fourth row, you see there is another metric is loss of load called loss of load hours, and then in the row before the last one, you can see another metric called unexpected energy. So, and the green one, meaning that the system is reliable. So you can see in the 3 years, we have the loss of load of 0.1 or less. In the minimum local generation, the reliability is decreased a lot. So, for example, if we take 2020, it's 2.42, which is mean we have like 20 days in 10 years. So, and then if some people were asking about comparing two similar years, so we have to, if you let's take 2030 now and compare both of them in the minimum local, the unconstrained scenario and the minimum local generation scenario. So loss of load in the unconstrained scenario is 0.11, and the minimum local generation is 2.3, 0.13, and then it's across all the metric. The minimum local generation show less reliability. So if you look at loss of load hours, the same thing, and then unexpected energy is the same thing. So the conclusion to take from this slide is the minimum local generation scenario experience is less reliable than the unconstrained scenario. So there is more on the reliability. So here we show you the AUE, or the unexpected served energy, and that is present. And so the megawatt hour, it shows the magnitude or the volume. So if we look at here, we have like two heat maps. So the bottom one is for the unconstrained scenario, and the top one is for the minimum local generation scenario. So the bottom is the months from January to December, and the x-axis is the hours. Let me move this. So and you see here, like for the minimum local generation, we have the unexpected energy is higher. If you look at this below the years, the hours 18 between 18 to 20 is the blue squares over here compared to here. So we have approximately 6,800 megawatts of unserved energy. So, and you can see also there is some numbers in July and August, and these numbers are roughly the same since, you know, the unit is in megawatt hours. So this was for the year 2020, and we'll move to the next slide. Why did my computer not moving? So yeah. So this is the result for 25. A similar conclusion. And you see here the little bit. You see that the minimum local generation in September was like 3,600 megawatts of unserved energy, and that, as we said before, maybe because of like the Diablo Canyon. So because the Diablo Canyon was retired in the unconstrained case. And it was modeled in the minimum local generation. We move to slide 2030, and here like we're comparing two similar years for both scenarios: the minimum local generation and unconstrained scenario. The unserved energy increased quite a bit. So we have so in September, we are not serving about like 13,600 megawatt hours. And then also something to note over here, on the 2 years I showed before, 2020 and 25, it was no unserved energy in December. So here we start seeing some unserved energy in December in the year 2030. So move to the next slide. So this slide is just meant to show you the crisis system balance. And here, let's focus on these two circles over here. So the first one is just showing the energy generation. So in both scenarios, the unconstrained and the minimum local generation for the year 2030. So here you see a little decrease of thermal generation in 2030 in the minimum local generation, and that's because we curtailed some power plants, and then they made up for partially for the load that needs to be served with the curtailed by the curtailed power plant through the import. And you see the import here in 2030 in the minimum local generation increase a little bit. So next slide. And this slide is just showing you the pattern of the import and in generation and within the region generation. So in the unconstrained scenario, you see that the in generation increased from 22 to 2030, and the import is decreasing over time. And the reason for the import decreasing over time because the region the outside CAISO start transitioning from fossil to more renewables, and they retire a large amount of the local generation. So this one, slide 32, is showing the result of the production cost in $1 million. So again, we're comparing 2030 in both scenarios, in the unconstrained and the minimum local generation scenario. And the first column is just show you the categories of the cost, the emission, the fuel, the startup, and then the variable operation and maintenance costs, the import and the export. So you see the green again is lower cost in the unconstrained scenario, and the red is higher cost and the minimum local generation. And the difference of the cost between these two scenarios in year 2030 is about 120 million. This is another result. So this is for the emission result. So again, so here the emission in million metric ton of CO2, and then we're comparing 2 years, 2030, in both scenarios, constrained and unconstrained. And then you see that in the unconstrained scenario, the emission is a little higher than the minimum local generation, and that's the reason for that, like we said before, because some demand was unmet. So that's the main reason for this slight difference between the emission in both scenarios.
I'll add that this doesn't include the imports. We saw that in generation decreased a little bit and imports increased a little bit. So this does not show the increased emissions from imports.
Yeah.
Someone asked that question. I just wanted to make it clear.
Okay. So here, just to repeat our finding. So we look at 3 areas: the reliability, the production cost, and the emission. So the reliability decreased or degraded across all years. So we conclude that the minimum local generation has higher loss of load or less reliable than the unconstrained scenario. So in terms of the production cost, we find that in year 2030, that the minimum local generation scenario were a little bit higher by 121 million. And the emission in 2030, there were slight decrease in the minimum local generation scenario compared to the unconstrained scenario, and that's because the unserved energy. Okay. Now we move to the last part of the presentation, and this part is about how, the development of the gas usage profile that the hydraulic model is using. So here's just a repeat of the earlier slide. So here is the process of how we develop the gas profile. So again, so the production cost model simulates 2 scenarios: unconstrained and minimum local generation scenario. Each scenario produce or generate 100 fuel profile for summer and for winter. So for the summer, again, we use September as a representative month and December for the winter. So after each scenario generates like 100 profile, we'll rank those 100 profile from lowest to highest. So, and then for the unconstrained scenario, we pick the 90 percentile profile, and then we provide the hydraulic model to model 1 in 10. And then for the minimum local generation, we pick this 97 percentile profile, and then a gas profile, and then we provide it to the hydraulic model to model 1 in 35. So here, the slide 37 is just showing the process or what we did to develop this gas profile. So here for 20, this one is we use same process for both scenarios and for across 3 years. So here is the profile. So this slide showing the profile, how we develop the profile for 1 in 35 for the hydraulic model. So this year, like for year 20. So what we did, we have, like I said, the same generated like fuel burn total 400 cases representing different weather scenarios for both September and December. As this graph shows, the bottom is percentile, the x-axis is the fuel burn in 1,000 MMBTU, and the top graph is for September. The bottom one is for December, and and the blue line is threshold, is the 97 percentile. So again, so we rank these values from the lowest to the highest for both for September and December, and then we picked the case corresponding to the 90 percentile to use to generate our electric generation gas demand for as an input to the hydraulic model. We did this. We moved. Yeah, and we use similar process for year 25, and the difference, of course, is like the number, the value of the fuel burn in BTU. And then in 2030, we repeated the same process, and then we generate hourly profile to provide the hydraulic model to use as a demand for the EZs. Okay, I think that's the end. We can take questions now.
Okay, the next question is from Mark. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, thanks. Sorry, I'm going to bring us back real quick for my sanity to slide 23 on curtailment. For your curtailment of the thermal plants, were these plants fully turned off or just limited in how much gas they could use?
The curtailed plants were 100% turned off.
Okay. And was that all hours or just at specific times of the period?
But 100% turned off.
100% turned off. Okay. And then let me double check. Were the cogen curtailments, was the operations of the thermal side or the thermal needs taken into consideration? Or are those plants just not generating but still burning for steam?
This is meant to represent the side going to the electric system, and so the side going to the thermal host was just the heat that's going to the thermal host was not included in these numbers. This meant the stuff from the production cost model was meant to represent the amount of electricity that went to the CAISO grid.
Okay, so the potential efficiencies of sending the limited gas to those units to operate wasn't considered. Okay.
Right.
And then is there any information you can provide us on the location of the curtailed units or what type of units? I know you can't identify specific units that were curtailed, but are these typically units that are in free-flowing electric areas where they can get imports to replace it, or what?
These are just the power plants that are in the 4 areas specified in the slide title. I don't think at this time I can give you much more as far as the identities of the individual plants or where they are. If I told you where they were, any more specifically than this, you'd probably be able to figure out which plants they were. So okay. I don't like another question over chat was can we release the power flow studies, and you can I don't think I can. I don't think I can release much more than just this tabulation right here.
Okay, thanks. And then one last question, just on clarity for me. It looks like you guys, my understanding is you're comparing 2020 results in one scenario to 2022 results in the IRP case. And I remember you guys saying the results are similar. Is it similar in terms of the 2020 in the constrained case to the 2022 IRP case, or the IRP case 2020 to 2022? I'm just curious what's being compared.
The IRP case is the 2022 case, and those are the same results as we put out in the IRP proceeding. And the 2020 case is just the minimum local generation scenario that we ran here for purposes of the Aliso proceeding.
Okay. So then the statement where the results are similar, is it saying the results for what you're showing us are similar, or the results in the IRP case for 2020 is similar to what's in 2022 for the IRP case?
Yeah. So our results that we show for the minimum local generation here in 2020 are similar to the IRP case, which is this unconstrained case, which references 2022.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next question is from Brian Thaker. I am going to unmute you next, Brian. Just 1 second. There you go. You're now unmuted.
Thank you, Karen. Hey, Donald. Brian Thaker with Middle River. On the now much discussed slide 23, just to confirm, the min local generation column represents the minimum amount of thermal generation retained in these areas to maintain adherence to local reliability, or to I won't say local reliability, but basically to applicable reliability criteria. Sorry to beat that.
That is exactly and precisely correct.
Okay. The second question, do you know if the local, wow, I stirred up somebody's dog. Do you know if the local capacity requirements were met by other resources other than thermal generation with the numbers presented here? For example, was any storage added to meet local capacity requirements in these cases?
I don't think there was anything added, but the non-thermal generation that was in these areas existing was still in the system to meet local transmission criteria. Because I will say that I think in at least one of these areas we had a pump storage hydro facilities that is not included in these numbers because it was not thermal. So I didn't include the non-thermal generation in this, because what we are really trying to show here is the amount of gas use on the SoCalGas system for this Aliso study here. So yeah, the existing non-thermal stuff is not included in this chart, but nothing was added relative to the IRP case. Certainly nothing was added for the minimum local generation scenario.
Okay, Donald, thanks very much for your answer.
Okay, next question is from Lana Wong. I am going to unmute you next. Go ahead, Lana.
Hi, this is Lana Wong with the Energy Commission. Since we're still on slide 23, I did have a question about 2025, that the retirement of Diablo Canyon seems to be impacting the local generation in Southern California, the LA Basin and San Diego area. And so I'm trying to understand why, because Diablo Canyon is a system resource and it's not located in one of those local areas. So how does that system resource impact the local generation need in Southern California?
It doesn't necessarily impact the local generation need, but what it does impact is total dispatch of the ISO area in order to maintain loss of load. And so the effect is that in terms of maintaining loss of load across the ISO system, the removal of Diablo likely caused some more incremental dispatch of the existing thermal, including thermal on SoCalGas's system, to meet general CAISO loss of load. So it doesn't necessarily enter into slide 23 here, but it impacts the total that is generated to meet loss of load, or to avoid loss of load in the production cost side. Does that help?
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand how generation would increase when Diablo goes offline, but I guess it's just trying to understand how that min local generation is calculated for the year 2025. So because the number goes up, it seems to be more than just meeting the minimum local generation of how I think ISO studies are conducted when they're calculating the minimum local generation. You know, they tend to maximize imports into that local area and then determine what that minimum local generation is. But the fact that this is, you know, impacted by Diablo, it means that there's more to how that is calculated. So does that make sense?
Yeah. I see that the min local gen number goes from about 7255 to about 9120 in 2025, and it seems like there's something going on there. So what I think we can do is probably ask the ISO, or I could try and figure out a little more about what might be the result there. But those are power flow results. So
right. Okay, and then one other just clarifying question about the year 2025. Are the 3,300 megawatts of incremental new resources added by the year 2025?
Yes, they are yes, they are. Well, whatever was in the IRP reference system plan is in there. That's what the unconstrained scenario is the IRP reference system plan. And so what's in there is in there. And they flow through the minimum local generation scenario as well.
Okay. Then changing topics. So it seems like the power flow study that was conducted meets the NERC and WEC reliability standards. But then when you take that minimum amount and you model it in the production cost model, what you're finding is that the production cost model no longer meets those standards. So is
yeah, that's about right. There's no necessarily a NERC probabilistic loss of load standard, but there's just kind of industry standard that's commonly used, and that industry standard commonly used tells you that that if we were constraining the system down to just what was minimally required for transmission reliability in SoCalGas's system, and then tried to operate the entire CAISO with those constraints, we would really have trouble. So the impact of curtailing down to minimum local gen in the ISO system would be pretty significant when it comes to reliability. That's the outcome here.
Okay. So then I'm wondering what load is modeled in the power flow study and in the production cost model. Can you just clarify what the load is?
In both cases, they come from the Energy Commission's IPER. In one case, in both cases, they are the peak in energy as sort of devolved or disaggregated down to the regions that are being modeled. So they're both IPER based.
Well, so in the min local gen studies, is it the 1 in 10 load, peak load that's modeled, and then
in the power flow, yes, that's what it is. Yes.
Then in
but
the
in
production
cost model, it's the 1 in 2.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So it is the 1 in 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The next question is from Dave BC. Dave, you are now unmuted.
Good morning, Don and Munir. Dave BC from SoCal Gas. I've got a question about slides 28 and 29 that I'm hoping you can clear up for me. Those slides showed EUE, unexpected unserved energy, for
right.
the minimum generation. Wouldn't that indicate that the calculated minimum generation was too low? I would have expected minimum generation to result in 0 EUE.
Yeah, what we just said, so the minimum local generation scenario is based on a power flow model of what was minimally needed for transmission reliability in those transmission constrained areas. And so when we try to operationalize that in a 24/7, 365 production cost model, it does not meet the 1 day in 10 years. It does not meet 1 day in 10 years. So we get a whole lot of expected unserved energy. So again, the result is if we were trying to, so if the question was, why don't we just go down, turn down all the generators to their minimum for even transmission reliability, would that work in an overall dispatch scenario? And it would not. We've shown that it would not.
Okay, I see. So the minimum to actually keep everybody online and avoid blackouts, brownouts would be higher than what is shown in this mid-generation calculation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next question is for the raised hand, Jim Caldwell. Jim, I'm going to unmute you now. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, my question was, what was the date of the LADWP power flow studies, and was that pre or post their decision to not repower the OTC units in basin? Post. Okay. So you have, and what do you have a reference as to what case they used, because that's changed somewhat recently? I'm just curious. Do you have just give the date that you got?
We received results at the beginning of 2019 or 2020. So the beginning of 2020, we got results from LA. So pretty closely speaking, the generators that were among the universe of generators in Los Angeles' system is represented in the anchor data set, which is a WEC base case. So if you wanted to see the public, as public as possible, a version of what the portfolio is, you would go to the anchor data set.
Okay, well, the LADWP...
And that anchor data set represents already Los Angeles' decision not to repower the in-basin generation. So it's actually the anchor data set is updated to what you're saying.
All right. Now, I guess my other question is a little more general, and that is why did you model the consequences of basically retiring that amount of in-basin generation down to the minimum? Why did you model that as a loss of reliability as opposed to a need for more investment in other resources, which you're going to be doing anyway? Maybe in 2031, but you do it in 2029 instead.
Well, the question was, what are the reliability effects and
but there's no reliability effects if you replace that retired generation, right?
Right. Well, we're not replacing or mitigating in phase. So we're not mitigating or replacing anything in phase 2. We're showing what are the possible issues we would need to mitigate. Does that help? Like, we're not mitigating things. We're not fixing things here. We're showing what are the problems to be fixed.
Well, but the problem is now you're saying there is a reliability problem. There's no reliability problem if you have plenty of time to add new resources to take care of those resources that you retired. So maybe there's a cost reliability problem, but why are you saying there's a reliability problem?
I'm saying that there's a problem to be fixed if you want to go that route.
But it's not a reliability problem, it's an investment issue, right? You're not
without the investment, there is a reliability problem. I think you get where I'm going with this. So I think I understand you and you understand me.
Okay, moving on to the next question. Question is from Isam. I am going to unmute you. Go ahead, Isam.
Thank you. I have two questions, if you don't mind, and if you can help the non-energy people in this conference to understand something. Starting on when you talked about the minimum local generation, starting at it was 16. Help me understand. I think this issue was brought up just 2 questions ago. The criteria of that minimum local generation, as you stated in here, was the level of generation that maintains local reliability. So help me understand, how do we go from this to a model that says there's a reliability problem at that minimum criteria? Where is the comparison between these two? Why am I seeing 2 different answers to the same question?
Right. You're seeing, so minimum local generation scenario is what does it take in those little transmission pockets at a minimum on a given hour of what generation needs to be there. The overall study studies a bigger system. Overall, studying a bigger, yes, and we also are saying that, we're studying a bigger system. We're studying the whole ISO, not just those little transmission pockets.
So the minimum local generation scenario, the minimum numbers that you started with, these are only from SoCalGas system, or are they only from LADWP system? It seems to say that it's for the entire SoCalGas system. So where does it differ when you refer to the larger system?
Well, I am so a power flow model studies one particular, like one instant. It's an instantaneous model. If we're taking the power plants from one instant and simulating them over an entire day or an entire month, their operation may not be able to meet the whole load electric demand that is required, that is met by the ISO system if I remove considerable amount of generation, because there's considerable amount of electric demand that isn't in those transmission pockets as well.
But we are talking about the reliability within the SoCalGas system that we are analyzing here. So doesn't this mean that it is reliable at that level based on the base criteria on slide 16?
So the power flow study is saying that import into these transmission pockets cannot totally meet the electric demand in those transmission pockets, especially if I took away everything else, which is what I did in this minimum local generation scenario. So take one pocket, it is the LA Basin. If I was to assume that the rest of the system was able to feed in as much generation as possibly could be fed in, I would still need some amount of electric generation in those transmission pockets in order to meet transmission reliability. You know, if everything else was operating as designed. But what I also did is what I'm trying to do here is say that if all I had was what was in those little transmission pockets on SoCalGas's system, if I only had that level of gas to meet what was needed in those little transmission pockets, everything else that would flow in was a good chunk of that was now curtailed. So the assumption made in the transmission planning model that said I could bring a bunch of stuff in, but that's not enough, I need some local, was not the same as what I did in the production cost model. I was trying to say that, what if I took away all that, everything else that was coming into those transmission pockets, because I was trying to minimize natural gas use in SoCalGas's system. What I'm trying to say here is that local reliability criteria is a necessary but not sufficient condition for overall ISO reliability, especially not from a lot to load perspective. I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain this. I'm sorry if I'm not being particularly great about it.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess then it must be that whoever provided these numbers to you is using a different, because I'm assuming that
they're using a different model and a different reliability criteria. Yes, they are studying a power flow case, and I'm trying to study a production cost case over all the hours of a particular month.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Isam, I'm sorry, we have to move to the next questioner. If you have other questions, please submit it in the chat. If we have time, we can address it later. Thank you.
Okay.
The next question comes from Sarah Gerson. Sarah, let me unmute you now. Go ahead.
Hi, Donald. This is Sarah Gerson for Sierra Club. I've got a question that has two premises, so let me state those first, and you can let me know if they're wrong. So first, my understanding is that your models assume build out of all of the resources, including energy storage resources, in the IRP plan.
Yes.
And I'm also, my understanding is where those energy storage resources are located on the transmission system affects their ability to contribute to reliability in the LA Basin. So my question is, how, in your modeling, how did you determine whether or not you would assume that those new storage resources would be located in the LA Basin or outside the LA Basin?
As far as where they're located, I can't really tell you much. What we did is the stuff that we knew where it was, like the existing storage, we knew where it was. But the stuff that wasn't existing, we placed it in service areas. And so I think what the reference system plan did is if you follow that proceeding, it had a block of it that was in PG&E, a block of it that was in Edison, and a block of it that was in San Diego. And so that stuff is located there. But I can't really tell you much about whether it was technically in the local areas that were modeled to the power flow model or not. That I don't know. But it was but the stuff that was in the reference system plan was at least broken up by service area in the production cost part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Donald and Karen, this is Christina. I just wanted to let you know we only have 5 minutes left before our first break.
Thank you for the time check. Running out of time for questions.
Okay, sorry, I may have been muted during that. Mike, you are next. Please go ahead and ask your question. You are unmuted now. Mike Florio?
Yes, this is Mike Florio. I'm just wondering, you said earlier that the curtailed plants are turned off 100%. And wondering why that has to be the case, because the reason their model is not running is because they don't have gas. But if one of the plants that was assumed to have gas experiences an outage. Couldn't the gas be rerouted to another plant that was otherwise curtailed? And wouldn't that mitigate the electric reliability problems?
See if I can unpack that. So the stuff that was, coal generation through the rest of WEC is retired because that's what the balancing authorities and the rest of the WEC want to do in order to meet their own RPS obligations and their own IRP plans. It's what they want to do. And so all that comes from the anchor data set. So that stuff is taken out. The minimum local generation here is meant to simulate what happens if I try to curtail all electric generation in SoCalGas's system, because that's what I have to do in one of these extreme peak days. All the non-core EG demand goes away. Well, it's not realistic to say all the generation goes away, because obviously, I wouldn't say that. I would say what would be the minimum that I would reasonably say would go away, that I would say had to be there, and that was at least this minimum local generation amount. So what we were trying to do is to curtail all the gas in SoCalGas's system, and then say what happens in that case. Can I meet reliability? I may meet local reliability from a local NERC reliability, transmission reliability planning criteria, but obviously I can't meet this 1 day in 10 loss of load standard. So that's not a good idea. Basically, the bottom line is that's not a good idea to do.
I guess what I'm asking, looking at slide 16 that's on the screen, is if you include the plant, if you have a plant with a red X leading to it, the red X indicates no gas available. But if, say, the highest of the 6 plants that is showing it has gas and it's generating, if that plant in the production cost model experiences an outage, couldn't that gas be rerouted to one of the plants that has a red X?
Conceivably so, yes. Conceivably it could, but in the model what we did is we just took it out. We just took all the red X's out, and we didn't necessarily try to put one back in if we saw another plant had outage.
Yeah, it seems like that could mitigate your EG to some extent. Maybe
to some degree. I would probably not say it mitigates loss of load entirely, but to some
Okay,
degree.
thank you. Thank you, Mike. Let's move on to the next question. Jason Egan, you are now unmuted.
Thank you. One question. So just on this past discussion, if the min-gen is, and I think you described it as operationally unreliable and results in a pretty significant unserved load, the scenarios framework, I believe, has the hydraulic modeling doing a scenario where it's 1 in 35 plus min-gen. That's the standard. Should we be adding more than just min-gen if it's not going to result in the reliability impacts or objectives that we're hoping to accomplish? Is that enough, or should it be more?
It looks like what we should probably do is increase it a little bit. Yeah, we should probably see what the minimum gas I could conceivably dedicate towards electric generation actually is, because obviously I need a little more.
Okay, we are just about at 11:15. I don't know, Christina, do we want to break now or should we take one more question?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. If you have a question, please hold it until the end. We'll do another Q&A session. Thank you. So please return at 11:30.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Lisa, you're now the presenter. Could you start sharing your presentation? Welcome back from the break, everybody. We will resume with our agenda now. The second session here is with Lisa Cosby from our Energy Division Modeling team. She will be presenting an overview of the hydraulic modeling and simulation 1 that was performed. Lisa, you are currently muted. If you could unmute yourself. Again, please hold your questions until it's time for Q&A. And Lisa, we have a request to also announce the slide numbers as you are going through the presentation. There's 2 people who are on the phone and following along with the slides that they've downloaded, so they are not on the WebEx.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Cosby, and I'm in the Energy Resource Modeling section of the CPUC Energy Division. And we are now shifting away from the production cost modeling for electric generation to hydraulic modeling for natural gas. And I'm going to be giving an overview of hydraulic modeling and simulation 1. I have about 29 slides, and I will pause halfway through for Q&A, and we'll have more time for Q&A at the end. So slide 2. The outline of my presentation is that first I'm going to go over the 1 in 10 hydraulic modeling cases. These are simulations 1 through 6, and the 1 in 10 in this situation refers to the coldest winter day in a 10-year period. As was mentioned earlier, the 1 in 35 modeling will be presented in a workshop later this fall, which isn't scheduled yet. Item 2 on my outline, I'm going to be going over a Synergy software description. Synergy is the hydraulic modeling software that we are using. Item 3, I'll go over the simulation 1 inputs, and then I'll go over the results of simulation 1, and we'll go into the conclusions. So now to slide 3. I want to introduce you to the Synergy model and the key data used. We're going to discuss SoCalGas's simulation 1 of winter 2020. Then we're going to present CPUC staff replication of simulation 1. Item A, we replicated simulation 1 using data received from SoCalGas and confirmed the results. And item B, we performed sensitivities using SoCalGas pipeline network information and substituting SoCalGas core and electric generation gas use profiles with CPUC developed core and electric generation gas use profiles. So some definitions here, core customers are residential and small commercial customers. The electric generation customers are power plants that use natural gas to produce electricity. And the profiles refer to hourly usage patterns. So slide 4. The 1 in 10 hydraulic modeling cases were done in simulations 1 through 6. And we had 3 different study years. So we had study year 2020, winter and summer, 2025, winter and summer, and 2030, winter and summer. These are, the source is the May 27th, rulings that's posted on the CPUC website, further hydraulic modeling explanation and updates. Referring to the weather conditions, the 1 in 10 reliability standard for winter it means that no customers can be curtailed, no core or non-core customers. So we were modeling coldest winter day in 10 years with no curtailments. So moving on to slide 5. The simulation 1 was designed to create a realistic scenario of supply, demand, pipeline infrastructure, and storage capabilities, natural gas storage. This was designed to test how the system would operate without withdrawals from Aliso Canyon on a 1 in 10 winter day. The simulation is based on the scenarios framework and the May 27th ruling, and these are at the website in footnote A. The CPUC replicated simulation 1 to verify SoCalGas's results and then to perform sensitivities using the CPUC core and electric generation profiles. Slide 6. The criteria for the success of the simulations are listed here, and the source is the scenarios framework. A hydraulic simulation is considered successful if 1, the pressures at all demand nodes are held above minimum operating pressures for the duration of the simulation. The duration of the simulation being a 24-hour gas day. Item 2, all facilities must operate within established capacities. That is, demand is met and regulators operate within rated capacities. Item 3, maximum pressure does not exceed the maximum operating pressure at any time. Number 4, line pack is restored. That is, the amount of gas present in the pipeline at the end of the simulation is approximately equal to the amount of gas at the beginning of the simulation, which guarantees each operating day does not impose any constraints on future days. So in other words, there's always a certain amount of gas on the pipelines, and it needs to be restored by the end of the 24-hour period in order for the pipeline to be ready for the next day. Criteria number 5 is that the storage fields can maintain the required withdrawal or injection capacity. Okay, moving on to slide 7. A description of Synergy software. This is a proprietary hydraulic flow model. There are many on the market. This is one we're using. This enables a 24-hour day simulation. It models gas flow with different assumptions for infrastructure, customer demand, gas supply, and pressures. And by infrastructure, we mean pipes, regulators, compressors, and storage fields, all the equipment that is on the system. Item 4, Synergy is used by natural gas, oil, and water pipeline companies and regulatory agencies worldwide, including SoCalGas and PG&E. And the website is provided there in item 5. Synergy was developed many years ago, and through various iterations, it's now part of DNVGL. Slide 8. This is a Synergy pipeline map example and sample screen. The model data tab for profiles, pressures, and flow is shown on the left. We don't have actual numbers in there for confidentiality, but this shows where numbers can be input or imported to use, and they can be varied for each simulation. The map is illustrative of the SoCalGas pipeline network. It's not to scale, but the dots show different geographical nodes on the system. in slide 9, we're going to talk about two types of synergy simulations. The first one is the steady state simulation, and this runs at a single point in time and attempts to balance supplies with demand. If a solution is found, then the model is said to be balanced. This is necessary before running the time simulation. Item 2 in the steady state, it controls some nodes for flow and some for pressure. These are the boundary conditions. And number 3, this is the initial state of known flows and pressures to be used in the time simulation. So this is the initial condition. The time simulation runs in time steps representing a 24-hour period. It determines whether the pipeline system has enough pressure and flow to keep running for 24 hours and to end with enough natural gas in the pipelines to be ready for the next day. And it takes 5 minutes or less to run the 24-hour simulation we're discussing today, once all the inputs are automated. Okay, slide 10, the types of inputs in Synergy. For infrastructure, simulation 1 includes reduced pressure on lines 235, 3000, and 4000 in the northern zone due to ongoing repairs since October 2017, and it does not use Aliso Canyon. Simulation 1 modeled slightly more supply than last year's actuals in the winter. For customer demand and usage patterns, Simulation 1 base case uses SoCalGas's assumptions on hourly usage patterns, and the sensitivities use the CPUC assumptions on hourly usage patterns or profiles. The total demand is from the 2018 California Gas Report, the winter 2020 forecast by SoCalGas. The gas supply or flow in Simulation 1 uses supplies from SoCalGas's summer 2019 technical assessment. Gas supply varies by what the receipt points can accept in the northern, southern, and Wheeler Ridge zones, and you'll hear more about that today. So slide 11, the Simulation 1 by SoCalGas, our process was that SoCalGas completed a winter 2020 Simulation 1 in Synergy and provided the outputs to the PUC in a data request in November of last year. The CPUC staff then replicated winter 2020 Simulation 1 in Synergy, and then we added the sensitivities using the CPUC core and EG profiles. That's electric generation profiles. So the Simulation 1 inputs that the PUC directed SoCalGas to use included number 1 for demand, a total of 4,987 million cubic feet a day. This is from the 2018 California Gas Report, the winter 2020 forecast by SoCalGas. The core demand is 3,183 million cubic feet a day. This is about 64% of the total demand for winter. And then we have the electric gen and the non-core, non-electric generation making up the rest. For supplies, in item 2, we used 4,256 million cubic feet a day. And the source of this were two sources. A, the flowing supplies that came in on the pipelines totaled 2,926 MMCFD, and this is from the SoCalGas Summer 2019 Technical Assessment. This assumed 85% receipt capacity in the northern and southern zones and 100% receipt capacity in the Wheeler Ridge zone. This was also laid out in the scenarios framework. and B, the additional supplies came from inventory withdrawal, and we used 1,330 MMCFD maximum withdrawal rate from Honor Rancho, Playa del Rey, and La Goleta combined, based on a 90% maximum inventory levels, and this modeled no use of Aliso Canyon. Okay, moving on to slide 13. The inputs continued were for outages, the northern zone capacity of 1,250 MMCFD reflects pressure reductions on lines 235, 3,000, and 4,000. No other pressure reductions or outages were modeled in this simulation. And the simulation modeled slightly more supply than last winter's actuals. Number 4, the hourly demand profiles were the winter profiles generated by SoCalGas. And number 5, the regulators and compressor stations operated between the minimum operating pressures and maximum operating pressures. Now we're moving on to slide 14 and the results of simulation 1 that was conducted by SoCalGas. Criteria 1, the criteria was that pressure would be held above the minimum at all demand nodes, and in fact, the pressures at certain nodes fell below the minimum operating pressures, indicating a failed simulation. If the pressures aren't high enough, they can't push the gas through the pipelines, and this causes problems. Criteria 2, all facilities must operate within established capacities, and one of those that we laid out was meeting demand, and in this case, demand was not met, indicating the failed simulation. The load exceeded the supply by 731 MMCFD. Criteria 3, the maximum pressure should not exceed the maximum operating pressure at any point or time, and in this case, the MOPs were not exceeded. The criteria 4, the line pack needed to be restored, and in this case, the line pack was not restored, indicating failed simulation, and I'll give you details on the next slide. Criteria 5 was that the storage fields could maintain required withdrawal or injection capacity, and in this case, the withdrawal rates were maintained, but pressures dropped, and injection capacity was not used in this simulation. So slide 15, this is a slide that we're going to see several times, so I'm going to spend some time explaining the chart. This focuses on the line pack. I'm going to start by describing the last bullet here. The x-axis shows the 24 hours from 6 a.m. through 6 a.m. the next day, which is represented by hour 30. So if you look down on the lower axis, you see it starts at hour 6 a.m. and it goes to hour 24, which is midnight, and then it continues to hour 30, which represents 6 a.m. the following day. This is the gas day. The second to the last bullet is about the left axis, the y-axis. There are two axes here. The outer left axis represents the loads in million cubic feet a day, and these are in negative numbers. The inner left axis represents the line pack in million standard cubic feet. So going back up to the first bullet, the red descending line shows that the line pack is not restored by hour 30. And you can see here, this line starts at almost 2,700 MMCF, and it descends during the course of the day until hour 30. It's down to about 1,950 in this circled area. And if this were to be a successful simulation with regard to line pack, this number would have needed to be back up at close to 2,700 by hour 30. The second bullet describes the demand. The dotted line represents customer demand in negative numbers. So what we have here is at hour 7 a.m., we have the peak. It's consistent with winter morning demand for heating and cooking. And so the demand is at its highest at hour 7 a.m., and then it drops down during the middle of the day, and then it comes back up between hours 18 and 20, 6 to 8 p.m. The non-core load decreases at hour 18, but the core continues to increase. So we have this evening peak, and then the demand drops off by midnight and 1 a.m. So the main message from this slide is that it illustrates the loss of line pack. Okay, going to move. Now we are at a pause for questions and answers.
Oh, thank you. First question on slides 10 and 13. Do you have the pressures assumed for particularly lines 235, 2, and 4,000?
Those pressures are actually confidential, so I don't have those pressures. The summer 2019 reliability assessment, which is public, does discuss the fact that these are operating at lower pressures, but doesn't give them.
Do you have the throughput? More particularly, to put it specifically, were you assuming the throughput on line 235-2 to be 170 mmCFD and 4,000 to be 270 mmCFD?
I don't have those at that level of granularity. Where we have the northern zone capacity, this reflected the receipt points at Kramer Junction and North and South Needles. So I don't have the level of granularity for those pipelines.
Okay. So Lisa, do you remember how much we were bringing from Kramer for the simulation? Was it about 400?
Yes, it was 396 mmCFD.
So that, I think, answers Norm's question. So 1250 minus 400 from Kramer, that would give you whatever is flowing through 235 and 4,000. Does that answer your question, Norm?
Well, no, but
so 235 and 4.
We have information from SoCalGas that lines 235, 2 and 4,000, when both lines are up, can be providing 440 mmCFD, and that's divided 170 mmCFD for 235, 2 and 270 mmCFD for 3,000. And basically the question is what you were assuming, and I have no idea where you got the 396. Do you have any idea where you got the 396?
So we're almost bringing 400 from each receipt point, Norm. So from 400 from Topak, 400 from Needles, and 400 from Kramer.
Okay. Next question on slide 12. Why are you assuming 100% from Wheeler Ridge when SoCalGas typically says that receipt utilization is 85% to 95%?
It's in the scenarios framework, it refers to a study that was done when we were developing the scenarios framework, and it indicated there was a 40% chance that Wheeler Ridge could operate at full nominal capacity.
And what was that study, Lisa? I'm sorry.
It's shown in the scenarios framework, and I'm going to get it was done by the PUC in the development of the scenarios framework.
Okay,
This
what
is
are the SoCalGas technical assessments that we've seen periodically then?
it was on page 19 of the scenarios framework.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, when you talk about failed simulation, I take it that that is modeler talk, or meaning that the system could not run without Aliso Canyon. Is that right?
In this case, it means that more supply was needed, and given the current infrastructure, that supply would have needed to come from Aliso Canyon.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll continue. So
Apologies.
going to,
sorry. We do have a couple more raised hands. I don't know if you have time to continue answering questions.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the next person is Jim Caldwell, who has a raised hand. Jim, you are now unmuted.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I had raised my hand, except I got my question answered last time.
Okay, thank you. Jason Egan. Jason, you have a raised hand as well. Do you have a question?
Nope, I think I'm in the same boat as Jim. I hadn't lowered my hand from the last time. My apologies.
Okay. And the last one is Isam. Isam, you are now unmuted.
Thank you. This is Isam Najm, resident of Porter Ranch. I was surprised by the conditions that you chose for the pipelines. And I want to ask you, in the scenario framework, the 85% was the 85% of the full capacity of those pipelines, not the artificially reduced capacity that is currently in place. I don't understand where in this proceeding process was that number changed to be put into this scenario. At this time, this reduction is it's an operational reduction, not a capacity reduction based on the infrastructure that exists that the ratepayers have already paid for. So I submit to you that this is a false interpretation of the framework, and that it should use the full capacity of the pipeline before the incident that resulted in the reduced pressures, because it seems to me that you've accepted them as new de facto capacities, and I think we need to have a discussion about that.
I will have to disagree on that, Mr. Najm. The capacity, the 85%, you're correct. We based the 85% for the northern zone and the southern zone based on the nominal capacity, and 100% for the Wheeler Ridge, again, based on the nominal capacity. So without consideration for the California producers, the nominal capacity of those three zones is 3.5 BCF. So right now we're looking at, if you implement the 85% on both zones and the 100% on Wheeler, you're down to 3.1 BCF. And what is Lisa showing here is 3 BCF, which means the reduction due to the outage is only 100 mmCFD from where the receipt point would take you down.
The reduction from the reduced pressure operation is a lot more than 100 mmCFD. It is close to 700, but that's my point is. Yeah. My point is that the reduction in pressure of these pipelines should not be part of the simulation. Whatever it is, it should not be part of the simulation, because this is an operational issue that SoCalGas has decided to work with, whatever they've decided. But there's a capacity of these pipelines at the size that they are, at the receipt capacities that was agreed to at the beginning, and you apply the percentage to it, and I understand that, but we cannot now reduce that by the operational constraints that SoCalGas has on the system because of that accident. That is not part of this analysis.
I'm not sure if I'm not making my point clear, but if we remove that outage and we bring back to line 235 and 4,000 to their actual pressures before the reduction, you're only going to gain 100 mmCFD from the receipt points, not 700, because we are assuming, again, the northern zone at 85%. At this point, if we want to increase the supplies, we're going to have to do two things. We're going to have to fix the outage, remove the outage, and then start increasing the receipt point utilization above 85%.
Okay.
So they go hand in hand at this point. Fix the outage and then also increase the assumption on the supplies.
Thank you, Khaled. Thank you, Issam. I'm going to move on to the next question. We have a raised hand from Michael Bednor. Michael, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Michael Bednor. I'm with DNVGL on behalf of the indicated shippers. Just have a few things going through the notes here. Along the same lines, yes, I saw that this pressure was noted. And not to jump too far ahead, but I understand this does come up in the outages analysis that we'll be looking at later. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that? It was a little hard to hear.
Okay. Just looking at this particular one, and I think you just about answered my question about the impact on the system. These ongoing repairs, I gather, are ones that you determine don't make a significant effect. But I do understand, and we'll discuss this more later, that this may be part of the outages that are analyzed later. So I just wanted to make sure that that was the case.
There are outages, different infrastructure configurations modeled later that will be discussed this afternoon. And yes, this scenario was meant to be somewhat realistic in terms of how the pipeline has been operated.
Okay, that's fine. That fits with my understanding, and we'll discuss more about that later. Also,
thank you. Oh, sorry, we don't have time for any more questions, Michael. Can you please save your question for the end of the presentation so that Lisa can complete the remainder of her presentation?
I sure will. In fact, I'll make sure they come through the chat so we can touch on them quickly.
Thank you very much. Lisa, Khaled, you are free to continue.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving to slide 17, and I'm going to be discussing the CPUC's replication of Simulation 1. We replicated the winter 2020 model as follows. First, we started with the summer 2019 synergy model provided by SoCalGas. This included their infrastructure that has been populated into the Synergy software. We imported the winter 2020 assumptions for customer demand by node provided by SoCalGas, and this was for the base case using the SoCalGas winter demand profiles. And then third, we entered the gas supply by zone from the summer 2019 technical assessment. And then moving on to slide 18. So SoCalGas Simulation 1 operational actions. This slide is going to go into some of the details of running the Synergy model. So first we ran the steady state analysis. This is where the model indicates whether it is solved and feasible. And this is a necessary starting point. It's necessary before running the time simulation. Second, we set the receipt point flows from the steady state analysis as the known flows. And third, we ran the time simulation analysis. Item 4, during the time simulation, we run Synergy from one time step to the next and change the pressures or flows at certain facilities to replicate SoCalGas's operational actions. So the table at the bottom, it lists different facility types, such as storage facilities, compressors, regulator stations, and regulators. And this table doesn't have the names of the facilities or the actual pressures or flows due to confidentiality, but this is meant to illustrate what happens during the simulation. So the attributes that we would change for the storage facilities would be flow, and for the compressors and regulator stations would be pressure. And the time across the top shows that at time 0, which is our starting point, we would have a certain flow at the coming from the storage facilities in MMCFD, and we would have certain pressures set for the regulators and compressors, and we would run Synergy to time 1, and then in this example we would change the flow rate from the storage facility, and this is in response to the changing demand during the course of the day. And then we would run the model to time step 2, and then we might change the pressure in for a certain compressor or regulator. All right, moving on to slide 19. The results of the CPUC's replication of simulation 1 were very much in line with what the SoCalGas results were. Again, the pressures fell below the minimum operating levels at certain nodes, indicating a failed simulation. I have more details on the next slide. Criteria 2, the demand was not met, indicating this simulation failed. Criteria 3, the MOPs were not exceeded. Criteria 4, the line pack was not restored, further indicating a failed simulation, and I have details on an upcoming slide. And again, consistent with the SoCalGas results, the withdrawal rates were maintained in the storage fields, but the pressure dropped. Injection capacity was not used in this simulation. Okay, slide 20. This slide illustrates the pressures at certain nodes falling below the minimum operating levels. Due to confidentiality, the actual pressures and node names are not on the chart, but the left axis, the y-axis shows pressures, and the colored lines are node names in geographical locations on the pipeline system. So what I want to point out is the lowest orange line with circles shows pressures falling below minimum operating levels at this node. So this shows at about 9 a.m. the operating pressures are lowest during the course of the simulation for this particular node. Okay, slide 21. This shows the line pack and demand based on the CPUC's replication of simulation 1. So this shows that CPUC replication resulted in a similarly shaped demand curve as SoCalGas's simulation and a loss of line pack by hour 30. So again, the line pack started out the day at about 2650 mmSCF, and it dropped over the 24-hour period down to where in hour 30 it was far below where it started. And in order for this to be successful, this line would have needed to climb back up about 2650 again, and it did not. And again, the demand peaked at hour 7, morning winter demand peak, and then it also had an evening peak between 6 and 8 p.m. Okay, we'll move on to slide 22. I'm going to go over the CPUC sensitivities where the CPUC input core and electric generation profiles. we added these sensitivities as outlined in the scenarios framework. Sensitivity 1 used CPUC created core customer usage profiles based on advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI, hourly data. We derived the core demand shapes because hourly AMI data is not available for peak core demand conditions for a suitable number of historical years. So later this afternoon, my colleague Khaled will discuss the derivation of the core demand shapes. With sensitivity 2, we used CPUC generated electric generation profiles from production cost modeling that Munir discussed this morning. So we used the EG profiles that are based on the economically optimal production of electricity. These were represented by the unconstrained gas scenario that Munir discussed earlier. In this sensitivity, we also employed the CPUC's core profiles. Further details on the development of the profiles will be presented separately this afternoon by Khaled. And the profiles for the other customer classes are the same as in the SoCalGas base case. So that would be the non-core, non-electric generation. Okay. So now I'm going to present the results of the CPUC simulations with the sensitivities. These results were consistent with the earlier results. The pressures fell below the minimum operating levels, indicating failed simulations. And I have more details on the next slide. In criteria 2, the demand was again not met. For the core profile sensitivity, the demand exceeded the supply by 725 mmCFD. And for the electric gen and core profile sensitivity, the load or demand exceeded supply by 615 mmCFD. Again, criteria 3, the maximum operating pressures were not exceeded. Criteria 4, the line pack was not restored, indicating failed simulations. And I will detail this on an upcoming slide. And criteria 5, consistent with the earlier results, withdrawal rates were maintained, but pressures dropped. Injection capacity was not used in this simulation. Moving on to slide 24. So this shows that pressures fell below the minimum operating levels for sensitivities using the CPUC core and the CPUC electric generation and core profiles. Again, on the left y-axis, the points are pressure, and the colored lines indicate nodes, which are geographical locations on the system. And across the bottom, the x-axis, we have time in hours. The lines with the circles show the pressures falling below the minimum operating pressures at certain nodes using the CPUC core profiles in the red line with circles and the CPUC electric gen and core profiles in the blue line. And again, these sensitivities included all of the customer classes. So now slide 25. This shows the line pack results and the demand. And similar to before, the shapes did not change all that much as a result of the sensitivities using the core profiles and the electric gen plus core profiles. The loads using the CPUC core profiles are in red, and they also have their morning peak at 7 a.m. and the CPUC electric gen plus core profiles are in blue, and they also peak at 7 a.m., and they follow generally the same shapes as the base case, which is in yellow. Again, they have an evening peak at 6 p.m., and the core also drops off, the non-core drops off at 6 p.m., but it's the core customers that are driving the evening peak with their evening heating and cooking in the winter. And again, the dotted lines show the line pack, which is the amount of gas that's remaining in the pipeline system. The red dotted line shows the case with the CPUC core profiles, and it descends the lowest by hour 30. The blue dotted line shows the CPUC electric gen profiles plus core profiles case in blue, and the yellow dotted line shows the SoCalGas base case, and they've all dropped down by hour 30 to a level where there would not be enough gas in the pipelines to start the next gas day at 6 a.m. Again, these lines would be needing to be more like at about the 2,700 SCF level in order to be ready for the next day. There just was not enough gas in the pipelines for this simulation to run. Now we're moving on to slide 26. This just goes into the loads a little bit more. It was interesting to note that the loads using the CPUC core profiles in red were higher from hour 10 to 15 than the base case. So this is shown by the red bracketed area. And so from about 10 a.m. until 3 p.m., the red line is higher. Since these loads are in negative numbers, it shows a higher load than the base case. And then when we look at the blue line, the loads using the CPUC electric generation plus core profiles in blue were lower than the base case from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. So this was between hours 25 to 28. The area in blue brackets shows that the blue line is lower than the yellow SoCalGas base case line. And now to page 27, the conclusions from this set of simulations were that the simulation 1, based on the parameters from the CPUC and completed by SoCalGas, was a failed simulation. The pressures fell below the minimum operating levels. Demand was not met. The line pack was not restored. And an additional 731 million cubic feet a day of supply would be needed to meet the winter demand on this 1 in 10 winter day, coldest day in a 10-year period, which is the reliability standard. And conclusions continued on page 28. The CPUC replicated SoCalGas's results for winter 2020, simulation 1, with similar results. The CPUC core profiles sensitivity based on the AMI hourly data did not change the results significantly. And number 4, finally, the CPUC electric generation sensitivity based on production cost modeling plus the core profiles did not change the results significantly. So with that, I will stop for questions and answers. Thank you.
Okay, the first question is from Jane Fowler. Jane, I am going to unmute you so that you can ask your question yourself. Go ahead.
Okay. I live by Aliso Canyon, so for me, seeing failure on the part of SoCalGas, and then the CPUC also saying there are failures in your report here really scares me. But my question is, I'm sorry, is that between 2016 and 2019, we didn't use Aliso Canyon unless it was an emergency, and it worked fine. So I'm wondering what has changed now that we, why is there such failures when for 3 years we didn't use Aliso and it worked well? They were doing a daily balancing sheet, and that seemed to work well. Thank you.
Yes, this simulation indicates a failure that would happen on an extreme cold winter day. So, for example, as you mentioned, Aliso was not used much these past 3 years. For example, in winter 2017 to 18, it was used on just 6 days. This scenario indicates that on the coldest day in a 10-year period, it would need to be used. So it's not a failure beyond that specific question that was modeled in this simulation number 1. It showed that on the coldest winter day in a 10-year period, the system would fail.
Okay, so that sounds like you're just going to keep Aliso up and running in case in 10 years we have a cold night?
No, I think that you'll see in the afternoon we have more presentations with different scenarios, and also phase 3 of this proceeding is going to go into other options, because we have been ordered to study the elimination and closure of Aliso Canyon. So far more work is going on than this first simulation. This was just given sort of the current, more realistic situation of recent times. What is the prognosis for doing without Aliso? But you'll see there are many more things being studied about it.
Okay, thank you so much. I look forward to hearing positive options. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As a time check, we are scheduled for lunch at 12:30. If it is okay with everyone, we will be pushing that to 12:45 to allow for more questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. The next question comes from Norman Peterson. I'm going to unmute you so you can ask your own question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see, I think you're probably referring to my chat questions. The first question, and I'm trying to see it here. Well, I can just state it. SoCalGas says that the capacity of its lines 235.2 and 4,000 is combined 440 mmCFD, and if those lines are running at that capacity, Kramer Junction is limited to 500 mmCFD. That's assuming 100% utilization of that capacity. How do you come up with the 1250 mmCFD that you talk about?
Well, in the summer 2019 reliability assessment for produced by SoCalGas, they provided a best case scenario, and this is a result of looking at that summer 2019 technical assessment. If we added up the so what they gave in their for their nominal numbers, this is on page 3 of the technical assessment. North Needles was 430, Topac or South Needles was 400, and Kramer Junction was 420. That totals up to 1250. If you take 85%, North Needles would go to 365.5, Topac would go to 340, and Kramer Junction would go to 357. And that totals up to 1,063.
Well, both the line from Topac and the line from North Needles go through the Newberry compressor, and to the outlet of the Newberry compressor, you have lines 235.2 and 4,000, and they can only carry 440 mmCFD. So the upstream capacities, it would seem, would be irrelevant, and you would look only at what the effect of carrying 440 mmCFD on line 235.2 and line 4,000 combined would be on Kramer Junction. Kramer Junction would be limited to 500. You couldn't get any more in because of the conflict between gas flowing on line 235.2 and the gas coming from Kramer Junction. So that leaves you with 990 for the whole northern system, and SoCalGas doesn't hold out any promise that we're going above that. So it seems like you're assuming a number 1250 that is a little high for the critical northern system, and for the southern system, the southern system, at least as far as firm capacity is concerned, is limited by demand on the southern system, and it's limited to 750 mmCFD, not the full 1210 stated receipt point capacity to the SoCalGas system at Ehrenberg. So would you agree that the figures you're assuming in these simulations, which you say are failed simulations, are in fact high capacities for the pipeline? So if they fail at your assumptions, if you take into account what SoCalGas actually says of the capacities, the failed simulations, but conversely, the need for Aliso Canyon is even greater.
It does confirm the need for Aliso Canyon, because these are relatively, it's the best case scenario for flowing supplies. So as you said, it could be looked at as a high assumption. It was laid out as a best case. So even with the best case flowing supplies, Aliso was needed. That is what this simulation is saying.
Thanks.
And just to add to that, I think there are many levels of pressure reduction that we are talking about here, whether it's for line 235 or 4,000. So this might explain also why we're seeing something a little bit different than what is normally saying right now.
Khalid, what do you mean by that? You're seeing,
so if we say that the actual pressure or the nominal pressure on those pipelines is 800, when we refer to pressure reduction, we may have reduced the pressure to 770 or 750. So when you say the capacity of those two lines is 450, you might not be talking about the same pressure reduction that we are using in the model.
Okay. And just one other question. Well, I have quite a number of questions, but I'll limit it to one. Lisa, you talk about the gas day being 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. Actually, the gas day, as far as NASB is concerned, is 9 o'clock a.m. Central to 9 o'clock a.m. Central clock time. And on the West Coast, that results in 7 o'clock a.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. Why did you use 6 o'clock in your study?
Well, this is the way Synergy was set up. It's periodic, and it should show the pattern, which is the most important aspect. I don't think it would change the outcome very much, but perhaps some of my colleagues might have some more input about that.
No, that's fine. And then why did you exclude Honor Rancho and Aliso in SO6, in your simulation for SO6?
That will be discussed later in the presentation by Los Alamos after lunch.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Norman.
Thank you.
Next question is from Michael Bednors. Michael, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is Michael again. Listen, I see now from the discussions and the way things are going that some of my other questions we can wait until we discuss the input data. Just looking at slide 19, and then of course the other ones, you have the conclusions. you were talking in criteria 5. I just want to make sure it's not missed that you maintain withdrawal rates for this 24 hours, but with the pressures dropping day on day, you're going to lose that capacity, aren't you?
Yes, for the following day, the capacity wouldn't be available as it was in day 1.
Okay, so in addition to the loss of the line pack and the inability to regenerate that, by doing this amount of withdrawal, you cannot maintain that day on day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. This is, even though you're getting 100% or 90% right now, this isn't realistic because you can't keep going on the rest of the days. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that, Michael. Do we have any more questions?
Bill is desperate to talk to me.
We'll give everyone a minute to see if there's any more questions, and then we can go to lunch.
Looks like Jim Caldwell may have raised his hand again, so I'm going to unmute him. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I just had a question about, quick question about time. What are the time steps for Synergy? And I notice all the data is hourly, but some of the dots on the graphs show sort of inter-hour. So are there any intra-hour considerations that we need to worry about, or can we just sort of safely just stick with hour by hour?
As far as I understand, these are hour by hour, but I would be interested in what my colleague Khaled might have to say about that. I think that these dots are a factor of just to show the line is distinct from other lines.
So Khaled here. So the time steps are much less than an hour in terms of the time marking in the scheme. I think the time step is sitting at 0.1 hour or so.
Okay.
But of course, the input profiles themselves, like the EG profiles or the core profiles, these are hourly profiles, and then Synergy interpolates to arrive at the other points. And we've tried smaller time steps, and we're not seeing much change. So
Okay,
I think we're good at the
that was the question I would have. So the smaller time steps don't really matter much.
No, we tried another scheme in Synergy. So there is a slow transient and the fast transient. So the fast transient uses smaller time steps, and we haven't seen much change now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Hi, this is Jane. Can I just add a quick comment? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Jane.
Okay, I just wanted to provide a bit more information about the question that referenced the time period 2016 to 2019 as having worked well. And I just really want to point out that during that time period, there were several gas price spikes that led to electric price spikes that had really considerable rate impacts. And there were also several curtailments of electric generators during that time. So I think to consider it as working well is a bit of an exaggeration. Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Jane. I think we can go ahead and go on break, Christina, if you have any.
Yes, let's go ahead and go on to our lunch break. It's a 1-hour lunch break. Please return at 1:30 and we will begin promptly then. Thank you.
Thank you.
And everyone that raised their hand for asking questions, please lower them once your question has been answered. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We're moving on to the next part of the agenda. This is the third session with the 1 in 10 winter peak and summer hydraulic modeling results. Los Alamos National Laboratory will be presenting these results. And we have Mary Ewers and Anatoly Loknik presenting the results. Mary, whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes, thank you. Let's go ahead. Let me see if I can get this to work. Okay, Anatoly, I think you wanted to cover the first few slides.
Thanks, Mary. I'll cover the few introductory slides. So what we wanted to do was go over the review activities that we've been doing for this effort, then go through the analysis methodology. So briefly review what SoCalGas does, what CPUC has been doing, and what we've been doing. Then Mary will go through the overviews of the modeling scenarios and examine the failed simulation scenarios and explain what failure means in this context. Then we'll have a break for questions and then examine some of the input data and talk about some future methodology that for analysis that we're developing at the laboratory. So first, a little bit about who we are. So Mary is in the Information Systems and Modeling Group at Los Alamos. So she has a PhD in economics from the University of New Mexico and is an oil and gas systems analyst. Prior to working at the lab, she also worked in industry in energy and financial trading. So she has quite a bit of experience, and right now on another project, she develops North American gas pipeline model for the North American energy resilience modeling effort at DOE. I am Anatoly Zlotnik. I'm in the Applied Mathematics and Plasma Physics group at Los Alamos. So I have a PhD in systems engineering from Washington University in St. Louis. And so I do basic research and development and also some applied projects, mostly focusing on new energy network analysis methods. So I led the initial technical review of SoCalGas modeling for risk assessment for Aliso Canyon together with Rod Walker, an industry consultant, in the summer of 2016. And since then, Mary has led the review and analysis support for Aliso Canyon issues by Los Alamos. So we've been looking at these issues for a long time, and I'll give some context on that later. So briefly, I wanted to review the analysis methodology that SoCalGas uses. So this is done at the capacity planning group. So primarily this kind of analysis of hydraulic flow modeling is done for planning. So it's not done each day for every new set of nominations. It's not done to check the flow schedules every day. So it's done to look at the ability of the system to sustain loads under the most severe or high demand conditions. So we're thinking about conditions of 1 day in 10 years, and these events can be, for example, a heat wave, a cold snap. Scheduled maintenance can also cause decreases in system capacity and also unscheduled outages. So the reason that we look at this 1 day in 10 year scenario is because since we cannot examine all of the, or rather, since SoCalGas can't examine every single scenario that could possibly come about, the system is designed to be reliable, for these severe events, and that's what's used in reliability analysis with respect to Aliso Canyon. So the model of the SoCal gas system was developed in the Synergy Gas software. It was built up over years and is updated based on any changes to the system. The transient simulation that we're discussing today is done in the unsteady state module to evaluate the impacts of time-varying loads on subsystem line packs and pressures. So the variables you'll hear us discussing are flows through pipes, pressures throughout the system, and line pack, which refers to the mass of gas in the system. So these types of variables are all related. And this kind of simulation is industry standard practice for planning, and this is state-of-the-art commercial software. So at CPUC, to provide direct oversight of SoCal gas hydraulic modeling in 2018, there was an effort initiated to develop an in-house capability for pipeline hydraulic analysis using Synergy Gas, the same tools that SoCal Gas uses to perform oversight. The load profiles that are used for transient hydraulic analysis are guided by production cost modeling. So that's what Munir spoke about earlier today. And this predicts electricity loads and respectively gas-fired generator profiles for summer and winter days this year and in the future. These scenarios are evaluated by SoCal Gas engineers for successful solves and then verified by CPUC analysts. So successful solves here refer to doing a simulation over 24 hours with a 6-hour warm start from steady state initial solve. And throughout those 24 hours of simulation, as those load profiles are applied, the goal is to maintain system pressure between allowable maximum and minimum values. And these allowable values can vary by location in the system. The regulated flows need to be below maximum rated capacities of the facilities. Compressor usage has to be below power limits within the constraints of the machinery at compressor stations. And subsystem line packs need to be returned to the initial values by the end of the simulation. And the idea here is that the system should be able to respond to several high demand days in a row. Now, the reason that we're involved in this review effort is because since around 2014, we have had an active fundamental applied research program in new methods for modeling, simulation, estimation, and optimal control of midstream gas pipeline systems. So this involves efforts, a number of efforts for different organizations. Some I'd like to highlight are a project funded by ARPA-E on gas electric system coordination. We support the DOE Office of Electricity for their Advanced Grid Modeling Research Program. This has resulted in many dozens of peer-reviewed academic publications, several open source software packages, and so in addition to our analysis work for government agencies and work together with academic institutions, we also interface with the energy industry through, for example, the IEEE Power and Energy Society, and also the Pipeline Simulation Interest Group. So we provided support to CPUC with independent technical review since 2016. We reviewed SoCal gas hydraulic modeling and Synergy initially, and have continued to support CPUC in developing scenarios and interpreting the analysis over the last several years. So the current review has something new. This includes direct verification of the SoCalGas and CPUC modeling results in the Synergy Gas software. So we've been working much more directly on the actual, looking at the actual outputs, inputs and outputs of the simulations, not only the methodology. Okay, so Mary, now I believe you are taking it away.
Yes. Thank you, Anatoly. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first, what I just want to go through is we just want to go through an overview of the numbers in each of the scenarios, SO1, SO2, SO3, SO4, SO5, and SO6. And these are your the winter and summer for 2020, winter and summer 2025, winter and summer 2030. And again, these are the 1 in 10 year agreed upon numbers from the scenarios framework, California gas report. And if you'll notice that in SO1, the electric generation demand is taken from the California gas report. But in SO2, SO3, SO4, SO5, SO6, the electric generation demand is from the CPUC production cost modeling. And so you can see at the very bottom, we've got the total demand. So SO1, we've got a very high 4,987 demand for winter 2020, winter 2025, 4,759, winter 2030, 4,821. And then the summer demands are 2,556, then 2,618, and then 2,675. Now for pipeline supply, and again, the demand numbers are in the top row. The pipeline supplies that are used are listed here as well. So we list out North Needles, Topak, Kramer Junction, Wheeler Ridge. Kern River is zeroed out for every simulation. Ehrenberg, Otay Mesa, and the California producers. And so at the bottom is the total amount of the pipeline supply that is used or allowed in each of the scenarios. In scenario SO1, O2, O3, O5, it uses the SoCalGas best case in which line 235 and line 4000 operate at reduced pressures, just as we discussed in the previous presentations. And the gas receipts at Otay Mesa are available. In SO4 and SO6, these lines are not used. Now, this is the maximum withdrawal rates that are allowed at each of the storage facilities. So, and this is assumed each facility at a 90% of the maximum inventory levels. On a Rancho is roughly 800 in most of the scenarios except for SO4. Goleta is around 230 in most of the scenarios. Playa del Rey around 300 in most of the scenarios. And we need to note that SO5, winter 2030, we are allowing Aliso to be online, and the reason is so that we can determine what is the minimum amount that we might need from Aliso during a 1 in 10 year event during the winter. SO6, which is a summer simulation, we exclude Honor Rancho and Aliso. This slide goes over the maximum injection rates available for each of the fields. So we have, again, the top line is demand, and then we've got pipeline supply, and then these are the maximum withdrawal rates at each I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the maximum withdrawal rate at each field. And then down here, these are the maximum injection rates that are allowed in each of the simulations for each of the fields. Okay, so this is in one slide, and I'm going to go over all of these simulations pretty much in depth after this slide. But these are the simulation results. SO1, as Lisa already went over this, did not succeed because we could not maintain pressures above the minimum operating pressures, and line pack was also not recovered. SO2, the summer simulation, was a success. Pressures were maintained above the minimum operating pressure and below the maximum operating pressure. Line pack was recovered, and facilities operated within their capacities. And again, remember, these are the four criteria that we define success or failure of a simulation. SO3, and we'll see, and SO1 was the most severe failure. SO3, also, there were a few locations where we could not keep pressures above minimum operating pressure, and where line pack was not recovered. SO5, we had one location that could not maintain pressures above minimum operating pressures, and I believe SoCalGas is looking into this, and I'll go into more detail on that one. And SO6, the line pack was not recovered, and so that was also a slight failure. Okay, so where did the pressures in the line pack fail in the simulations 01, 03, 05, and 06? So as you can see, SO1 was the most severe. I think we had, and again, as Lisa, I think Lisa spoke to this as well, but we had about a 731 deficit, a shortfall as far as demand and supply go. And so SO1, several pressure failures in the basin, in the San Diego area, and then also line pack failures in the northern zone and the southern zone for SO1. SO3 was not as severe. I think we only, we had maybe a 300, roughly a 300 shortfall, a little bit more than 300 actually, shortfall in MMCFD in the simulation, and SO3 failed at the boundaries, and so line pack was not able to be recovered in some of the areas, and I'll go into detail on that. And there was a pressure failure up, I believe, in the San Joaquin Valley in SO3. SO5 was the only failure that occurred in SO5 is up in the San Joaquin Valley, and I'll speak to that as well. And SO6, we had a line pack failure down here in the southern zone. And so that's where the failures occurred, and I will go into a little bit more detail on those right now. And again, the summer SO2 and SO4 did succeed, so we're not going to look at those, but just know that they did succeed. Okay, this is the same graph that Lisa showed, and she explained it extremely well. I'm very thankful to you, Lisa. And again, this the dotted line is the system sum of loads, and you have to think of it kind of an inverse, because the maximum load occurs at 7 a.m., which is your morning peak, so that's down here. And then you've got your evening peak between hours 18 and 20. And then again, the red line is the line pack going all the way down here, and you want the line pack to recover up to this location right up here. You want the line pack to recover for a successful simulation. So again, SO1 was the most severe. We had a 750 MMCFD loss. And generally, I think it's kind of a rule of thumb that maybe there's 300 MMCFD that you can eat into during the day and maybe recover. That's sort of a rule of SoCalGas will have to confirm if that's true or not, but it's around that figure you might be able to recover. We had much more. So 750 mmCFD, this definitely was not going to succeed. Our lowest pressures occurred in the South Basin, Orange County, many of the city gates, and in San Diego. Okay, so this graph is a result also of, these are all synergy results. And so this is a graph of the subsystem line packs. The red, and so on the, we have on the x-axis, we have the time in hours of the 24-hour simulation, and again, starting at 6 a.m. and going to 6 a.m. the next day. And so the subsystem line packs, the yellow is Blythe, the southern zone. Red is the northern zone. The purple is the San Joaquin Valley. The blue, dark blue, is the LA Basin. The green is the coastal zone. And the turquoise is the San Diego area. And so you can see this is the line packs. If they start up here, we want them to end up over here too. So the Blythe and the northern zone did not recover. Actually, none of them looks like they recovered. They all failed. Pressures, these are all pressures in the South Basin. These are, all the lines represent different areas, different regulators in the South Basin area, but the regulators that they represent are confidential, and where they are is also confidential. But also, the pressure failures did occur inside and outside of the loop, just as I showed you in the first map. These are also Blythe pressures, and you can see these are also, there were several failures in the southern zone, and as well as San Diego pressures. San Diego pressures were also impacted. All the subsystems were impacted, including Orange County. Again, this is another, these are different regulators in the Orange County area and the pressures. Okay, for the storage withdrawals for SO1, you can see everything was at max capacity for the full 24 hours for SO1. On Rancho, up at 800 mmCFD, Playa del Rey 300, Goleta close, I don't know what the exact number is there, I'd have to look that one up. And again, Aliso was not used, so just the storage withdrawals were modeled at max capacity for the full 24 hours. Operational actions. So in Synergy, as Lisa pointed out, you can change your regulators, you can change your compressors, and try and keep pressures up in certain areas if you can. And so what this is showing is in SO1, the city gate pressures were increased at the evening peak to try and keep the Los Angeles Basin pressures above the minimum operating pressures. But ultimately, they failed and were then closed to preserve the southern system pressures. And so each of these green circles is a regulator in the system. And so you can see, regulator B was at a low pressure, and then the pressure was increased by the evening peak. Same thing with, it's a little bit more difficult to see, but regulator C also was increased and then decreased to try and keep pressures up in the southern system. Okay, moving on to simulation 03. Simulation 03, we had less of a line pack loss in simulation 03. We had about 360 mmCFD line pack loss. And again, the line pack, okay, I do also want to explain something. We have, on this output screen, we have 0 to 6. Our 0 to 6 in Synergy is used to initialize the system so that the actual simulation actually begins at hour 6. So that's 6 a.m. and then goes to our 6 a.m. the next day. So really, we start the simulation right here, and the line pack, again, it's the blue line, and it decreases, and we want it to get back up here, and it does not. So the line pack loss in the winter 2025 simulation does not recover, and we have low pressures at the boundaries of the system. So, and again, Blythe and the northern zone line pack is where the loss occurs. Pressures stay okay in the LA basin in the loop. So, and as you can see, the line pack in the loop actually does recover, and the line pack in San Joaquin Valley actually recovers, same with the coastal zone and the San Diego. So the line pack failures are basically in the southern zone and in the northern zone. Now the pressure failures that occur in this simulation 03 are in the San Joaquin Valley. That's where the low pressures occur, are in the San Joaquin Valley. And this is very similar to the chart that Lisa showed in her results for simulation 01. This is just the South Basin pressures, and everything was fine in the loop, as I mentioned. Again, the pressure failures mainly occurred only at the boundaries of the system in the San Joaquin Valley. The line pack failures occurred in the northern zone and the southern zone at Blythe. And again, for the withdrawals, for the storage withdrawals, everything was at max capacity for the full 24 hours for simulation 03. Again, Honor Rancho, Playa del Rey, and Goleta were at the maximum allowed withdrawal rates. In the operational actions for simulation 03, the withdrawals and pressures at the very beginning, at the start of the day, the pressures in the basin, they were maxed out at the start of the day, and so the pressures in the basin did stay above minimum operating pressures. So no operational actions were needed. However, we still had pressures failing at the boundaries of the system. Okay, this is an interesting one. This is our simulation 05, the 2030 line pack, and this is where we allowed an Aliso withdrawal to find out how much we needed to take out of Aliso in order to maintain the system, the SoCalGas system. And so this is the same line pack and sum of loads chart results from Synergy. And again, you can see line pack starts over here, and it does end over here. And so we do not really have a line pack loss on the simulation 05. The line pack was fairly recovered. However, we do have low pressures, again, in the San Joaquin Valley. And SoCalGas has told us that they are investigating this to find out why this is occurring. And again, pressure failures, this is the San Joaquin Valley pressures again. So again, we do have some pressure failures in the San Joaquin Valley at the boundary of the system. So on this map over here, San Joaquin Valley is up in this area. And so here are the storage withdrawals for the simulation 05. They were modeled at near max capacity for the full 24 hours for simulation 05. And with the non-Aliso at maximum capacity, Aliso was used, and the withdrawal rate was, I believe, 520 mmCFD from 6 a.m. to, that looks like midnight. So Aliso was used, and the amount that was needed to keep pressures or to satisfy the 4 criteria for a successful simulation, the amount needed was 520 mmCFD for those hours, just for 6 a.m. to midnight. And again, operational actions that were taken, the non-Aliso storage flows and the city gate pressures were near maximum capacity at the start of the day. Once the Aliso withdrawals began, you can see the city gate pressures and regulators were modified to balance the system, basically. So, you know, so for instance, I think regulator H was increased and then it was sort of decreased. And I believe regulator K was increased, then it was it was decreased, and it was increased, and then it was decreased again. And again, that's just standard operating. Those were operational actions that needed to be taken to keep the pressures well within the boundaries of all the facilities. The simulation 06 was a summer simulation, and it resulted in a small line pack loss. And so the line pack loss in simulation 06 was about 25 mmCFD. So it did not quite make it back up. Technically, that it was not a successful simulation. There could be some fudge factors in there. You know, what is the, you know, can we withstand maybe a 10 mmCFD loss and still be okay? That's I think that, you know, SoCalGas can answer those type of questions, but it's probably possible. So again, the simulation 06 line pack loss 25 mmCFD occurred in the southern zone, and pressure failures, there were no pressure failures in this one. And again, storage withdrawals, let's see. Oh yeah, this is the one we didn't, okay, we did not allow on Rancho on this one. So we had about 250 at Playa del Rey, around 200 at Goleta, and again, 0 at Rancho. So the remaining non-Aliso fields were used to balance the system. And Playa del Rey and La Goleta were only needed at 83% of their maximum withdrawal rate. But the simulation did fail to recover line pack at the boundary of the system. Operational actions that were taken, since Rancho is not available, so city gate pressures were increased to keep the basin above minimum operating pressure. You can see the differences between regulator E to regulator E over here, K to K. And then, however, so the city gate pressures were increased to keep the basin above minimum operating pressure. And however, the line pack did not technically recover in the southern system. Okay, and then we'll break for questions on this one.
Okay, first question is from Norman Peterson. Norman, I am going to unmute you. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start with a general question. I was very surprised at your slides because you're talking about how there would be pressure failures at the boundaries of the system. You talked a lot about the pressure failures in San Joaquin County that SoCalGas is, I guess, investigating. That strikes me as counterintuitive because gas flows from high pressure to low pressure. And so could you explain why you have the pressure failures occurring at the boundaries of the system? Now, by loop, I assume you mean Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Well, that would be the low pressure area on the SoCal gas system. And typically the South Bay region, which I think you identified in one of your slides, is where the lowest pressures occur. Gas flows from the high pressure areas at the boundaries to the low pressure areas. So why do you say the pressure failures occur at the boundaries instead of at where the actual lowest pressures on the system occur?
Well, again, SoCalGas is investigating the low pressures up in the San Joaquin Valley. So we'll have to get back to you on the answer to that question.
Well, what about Ehrenberg and the northern system? You know, you have in SO1, et cetera, you have pressure failure. What do you mean by pressure failures?
So maybe I can address this issue. So there were a handful of criteria that determined whether a simulation was considered successful or a failure. So if the pressures at a location in the system are lower than the required minimum pressure that's considered safe, the simulation is called a failure. So that could happen at the parts of the system with high demand, right? So the situation where pressures in the LA basin or in San Diego are low because the system is being depressurized, right? That's the failure that is being referred to here. Does that answer your question?
No. The pressure, I guess what you're trying to say is that the pressures are below the minimums required at the boundaries. For example, Ehrenberg or San Joaquin Valley, Topop Needles, the northern zone. But those pressures are still higher than in the LA Loop or the South Basin. So gas will still flow physically towards Los Angeles.
So thank you for that clarification. Now, you're right. So if at the interconnects, Blythe and Ehrenberg, the pressure is higher than the pressure in the LA basin, yes, gas can flow from there to the LA basin. However, it's a question of also how high. So here's where things get a little more complicated, and there's a slide in our presentation and a few slides to address that. But basically, if the difference between pressures is not high enough, then there won't be flow, right? So this can be what's causing the failure, you know, but the failure is seen in some secondary or, you know, some other variables, right? So the fact that the pressure is low in Blythe and Ehrenberg doesn't directly mean that the simulation has failed, but it will cause it to fail elsewhere. Does that answer your question?
Well, I understand in SO5 you assume Aliso Canyon. Aliso Canyon can withdraw, SoCalGas and use Aliso Canyon to withdraw gas to supply Los Angeles and particularly the South Bay. So I understand why in SO5 you wouldn't have extremely low pressure below the ability of the system to serve gas in the LA Loop or the South Basin. But are you saying that the pressures, even in the failed simulation models, would be sufficient to continue to have gas flow to the LA Basin? Or are you saying, indeed, at the boundaries, the pressures would be so low the gas would simply stop flowing to the LA Basin? And if that is what you mean, then why don't we have a pressure failure in the LA basin? In other words, inability to serve load, inability to pressurize the distribution system.
I think I also want to clarify when I say pressure failures at the boundaries, those are mainly in the San Joaquin Valley. The line pack failures occurred in the northern at the boundaries of the northern zone and the southern zone. It was line pack failures, not pressure failures.
Okay. Well, how much line pack do you assume is usable on the SoCal gas system? You mentioned 300 mmCFD. For years, the figure's been around 200 mmCFD for SoCal gas, 400 for PG&E. Where do you get the 300?
Okay. I may have misspoke on that. It's SoCal gas tells us, I've always thought it was around 200 to 300. I could be wrong.
We have to move on. We're running out of time, and we have another quick question. Thank you, Norman. I'm going to have to read this in the interest of time. Question from Nora Sheriff. Let's see. Why are California producers, on slide 11, why are California producers zeroed out in SO4 and SO6?
Marie, do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead, Khaled.
So, we saw that SO2 already succeeded, and since we're seeing the demand in SO4 and SO6 is about the same, so our approach here was to try to stress the system when we went into SO4. So if you notice at SO4, we decreased the supplies below the demand. We decreased the supplies compared to the demand, and still we got a successful simulation. And then in SO6, we assumed on Rancho also is on shut-in, so we're stressing the system even more. So I'm guessing what I'm trying to say is we know that if California producers were in SO4, it's going to succeed anyway. So we tried to remove that and stress the system a bit more and see what happens. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
I don't have her unmuted, so we're going to have to accept that answer and move on. I'm sorry, Issam and Michael. We have to continue with the presentation. We'll get to your questions at the end of it. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Karen. And if I could just remind Mary and Anatoly to announce the slide numbers as you were presenting. As you advance the slides, please announce the slide number that you were on for the people on the phone.
Okay.
Mr. Najim, I do see that you have a question, but could we please hold it until Mary is done with the presentation? Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I'm sorry about that. I forgot about announcing the slides. Okay, so we are going to go to slide 40, which examination of inputs. This is just examining the demand and the pipeline supply for each of the SO1, each of the simulations, 01 to 06. And we're just going to compare them, just look at them in the context of the last 6 years of historical data. SO1 has a demand of 4,987, and as you can see over here, that would be quite almost at the top of the chart here. And again, it's a 1 in 10, and I only have 6 years of data here. So, but 4,987 is a large amount. The demands, the summer demands, and then the subsequent winter demands also, they're a little bit, they have not occurred in the last 6 years. Pipeline supply is well within the historical amount for the last 6 years. The storage withdrawal rates also are well within the bounds of the last 6 years of historical data. The SO5, where we allow Aliso, the maximum withdrawal rate is 2594, which would be somewhere around down here. So yes, that's definitely doable.
And this is slide 42.
Oh, sorry. Okay, now slide 43. We just wanted to look at the historical competition between Honor Rancho and Wheeler Ridge for pipeline capacity. This is a bottleneck that is well known. And so we just wanted to look at this because winter scenarios 1, 3, and 5, we max out Wheeler Ridge and Honor Rancho simultaneously. And this is only possible if the gas demand is extremely high. The high demand will cause pressure gradients to decrease, allowing for increased flows. And so this is what you're seeing, this plot here is just, it's a scatter plot of the Honor Rancho flows in MMCFD and Wheeler Ridge flows in MCFD. And so right up here, if we had Wheeler Ridge at 765 and Honor Rancho at 800, would be in this red circle right here, which has happened in the last 6 years. Minimum inventory needed for this for an 800 MMCFD withdrawal at Honor Rancho is about 18 BCF inventory at Honor Rancho, and that's from the 2017 technical assessment. Okay, Anatoly, did you want to take care of this one?
Anatoly, I muted you. Here, there you go. You're unmuted now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
So this might in part address the previous question and also might address some of Issam's concerns that were brought up earlier today. So flow in a pipeline is created either by compressors or by a pressure gradient. And the relationship is sort of like a nonlinear Ohm's law. So in electric circuits, you have potential linearly related to flow. In these systems, you have the difference in the square of potential linearly related to the square of flow. So the sensitivity is much greater. And this equation is in steady state. So these plots, they ignore the space-time aspect of these phenomena. So the point is that if the difference between the pressures at a pipe inlet and pipe outlet decreases, then the flow decreases by a greater factor than just a linear relationship. That's what the figures at left here illustrate. So in the absence of that pressure gradient, you can use a compressor to cause that gradient, but it still doesn't guarantee that you can change the pressures at both ends of a pipe. And these compressor stations, they're only built at a few locations in the system. They're not everywhere. So to some extent, the flow can be controlled by valves and regulators that hold back flow. And the SoCalGas engineers use a combination of compressors and regulators to move line pack around the system in response to demands. But as you've heard, the types of actions they can take are limited. Now, to address the particular example that has been brought up repeatedly of the Wheeler Ridge interconnection, the Honor Rancho storage facility, and the Quigley City Gate, which are all close together, you can look at the plots at the right, which show it's a cartoon illustrating pressures at these three locations and the flow that can actually be moved between them. What happens is if the pressures are higher at the city gate, then the total flow on that section of pipeline has to be lower because the pressure at Wheeler Ridge can only be increased to a certain operating maximum. And that also limits the injection that the withdrawal, we'll say we're withdrawing from the storage at Honor Rancho, but this is an injection into the pipeline system. And that has to be limited because that will also change these flow variables on the system. So those situations where you can draw maximum rated flows from these facilities into the Quigley City Gate will only happen when the pressure in the basin is at its very lowest. Okay, and that, you know, by definition is the situation that we want to avoid in preparing for high loads, high demands. So Isam, I think, you know, hopefully that helps you understand why the actual capacities to transport gas of these pipeline systems are different from adding together the maximum ratings of all these facilities. So now I wanted to briefly mention some of the work that we do at the laboratory and how it could help create a future analysis methodology or even an operating methodology to address some of these problems. So the software, the Synergy software and other commercial simulation software, they perform predictive analytics. They don't provide decision support on how an operator can operate the system. So when these analyses are done, so given some scenario, the analysis that SoCalGas does and that CPUC and we have reproduced, we have to use our understanding of the system to choose how pressure regulator set points are made and when. So what we've been working on over the past several years are methodologies to actually optimize these decisions so that given a scenario, we would have guidance on when and where and to what extent to boost pressure with compressors or hold back flow with regulators. So in a sense, this kind of analysis can provide a optimal, so best maximum capacity estimate for a given scenario and provably say that this is how well you can do, you cannot do any better. So on the next slide, I wanted to quickly illustrate an example. So you can take this 24 pipe synthetic test network and look at the demands, supplies as functions of time, and also hourly prices that are offered by shippers for gas, and create a bid structure in a market that could be operated by solving an optimization problem, similar to what an independent system operator does for the power system. And even for a small test network like this that we use in our academically published studies, it's non-trivial, right? This is a complicated thing. There is no commercial software, there is no current capability for a pipeline operator to solve this problem, right? So when you know, you see this technical review and you ask us questions of, but you know, what are the pressures doing here, here, and here, and why? The system is large and complicated, and there's, you know, I think it's challenging for one person to comprehensively understand it all and give you fast answers that take into account all of these factors. This is why I would say that the operators at SoCalGas do quite a good job, given the tools that they have of being you know, operating the system and analyzing its capacity with simply running simulations where they have to pick all of the operational actions based on their know-how and experience. So on the next slide, I wanted to show the output of this kind of optimization.
Anatoly, could you start wrapping it up
Yes.
so we can fit in at least 1 or 2 questions before 2:30? Oh, go ahead. If you could just start wrapping it up.
Certainly, I'll wrap up in the next minute. So the outputs of such a optimization would be, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the outputs of such an optimization would be all of the pressures and all of the flows throughout a system, the cleared nodal gas withdrawals and injections, which could be sorted into purchases and supplies as functions of time. And there would also be a way of pricing the service that the pipeline is providing and transporting gas. So on the next slide, I wanted to note that this kind of tool could be used to evaluate zonal capacity, optimally test scenarios, could eventually be used in daily marketing and operations. And this could be developed together with Southern California Gas for their system to answer the types of questions that are being raised. So on the next slide, I quickly wanted to mention we're at Los Alamos National Laboratory. A lot of the basic work that we do that supports support for our research is coming from the DOE Office of Electricity. And I want to note we have something called the Advanced Network Science Initiative, through which we do this work, and also we have interaction with the Pipeline Simulation Interest Group that is the place to go for information about all the different commercial analysis products that are available for pipelines. So thanks, Commissioner Randolph and Donald, for inviting us again to support your study, and thank you all for your attention.
Okay, our first question, thank you, Anatoly, is from Michael Bednorz, who gets to skip ahead because Nora had a follow-up and is deferring to him. So Michael, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just skim through some of the ones that we've had. Quickly on slide 11, could you explain what best case means a little bit? Was that meaning that it was the lowest supply point, lowest supply condition? Down at the bottom, SoCal best case.
Colette, do you want to address this? This is the best case where line 235 and line 4000 are at reduced pressures, and this is for 01, 02, 03, and 05.
You got it correct, Marie. So this was the summer 2019 assessment from SoCal, and they looked at those two lines, and they were looking at what would be the best case, the worst case, or the most likely. So we went with the best case, which until today hasn't happened yet for the pressure reductions.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify. Appreciate that. Moving on, I guess the next one would be slide 31, which was the case S05, which did allow Aliso. And I think these the results then are showing, I guess the conclusion is that Aliso is in a fairly key location to be able to supply, since they're sitting there right next to LA Basin, and it looks like the pressures that I saw on some of the other graphs is that it does allow flow to and push the pressures up to alleviate, looks like a number of issues. And that, I think, has been stated before, but I wanted to make the point that this substantiates that. Also, this particular case, you were still running 100% flow rate from the other storage facilities, or near 100%? Is that correct?
SO5 has SO5 has the inventories at 90%. Yeah.
All right. So if it was 90%. All right. So it's
not 90%. No.
All right. So a little less conservative, and perhaps a little more likely that there would be a day where that much of the storage capacity would be available. Otherwise, more would be needed from Aliso, correct? Okay.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, terrific. Moving to 34 and this really good discussion, slide 34. Really good discussion about coming up with optimal set points for these regulators and compressors and the need for experience or substituting experience with historical behavior for balancing the system. In general impression, were these chosen set points adequate to come up with these proper conclusions, or do you think they could have been more optimal for the simulation?
This is how SoCalGas would operate their systems. These are the operational actions that they would take in the event of this this simulation. And again, the way the simulation works again is you adjust your regulator or your valve, and then you advance it 1 hour, and then you see what happens, and then you adjust again. So it's a constant adjusting of regulator pressures.
Oh, I certainly understand. I've done several studies like this, and obviously you're going to have your own impression of how that process went and whether you felt like you got into a good position. I'm very glad to hear that what you used was the historic experience and guidelines from the operators themselves, and it wasn't just somebody kind of just stabbing around in the dark. So that's good to hear. Now, trying not to take too much more time, slide 43, which was really exciting, dealing with the fight for supply, trying to provide flow into the pipeline. I just want to be sure I understood the conclusion that what was done in the simulation was that you were not going to try to do this very rare situation, that you were going to let the model more or less. How did you adjust the input flow since you looked like you were using fixed flow rates coming out of storage? Was there some manipulation that took place here in the simulation?
I think the demands that were extremely high allowed for the Wheeler Ridge and the Honor Rancho maximum capacities to be achieved.
Okay, but that would be kind of a rare combination. So it might be that this was a unique arrangement of the demands and it just happened to allow that. I would expect that there might be a sensitivity case on that, slightly shift the demand locations or the profiles and see if that falls apart, because that's a very key element of the results you got. And I really appreciate the fact that y'all presented it. I think that was very discerning to see that that was what happened. Okay?
Thank you so much. We have to move on, Mr.
Good enough.
Finner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final question from Mr. Issam Najim. Go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. I want to take you back to slide 11, if you don't mind. The numbers that you have in here, are they the 85% adjusted numbers, or is this before the adjustment?
Khalid?
So I'm going to show this in my slides for SO3 and SO5, but the supply is the 3.11, 3.5 that I'm seeing in SO3 and SO5. Those are coming from the 85, 85, 100 configuration. So if you do the 85, 85 north, south, and Wheeler, you get to about, I had it written here, 3,200, and then you have the outage, it takes 100.
All right.
And then SO4, if you notice, Dr. Najim, SO4 and SO6, both lines are out. That's why I'm not bringing anything from Needles or Topak.
Right, I see that. I'll talk about S6. You know, you had a failure in that scenario, but yet you had zero coming through Needles, North Needles and Topak for no reason. There was no basis for putting those at 0 and ending up with a failure in that scenario. Is that a correct statement?
True, but like SO2 was a success without Aliso, so we know SO4 is also a success without Aliso. So we stress the system, and then we know also SO6 is going to be a success without Aliso, so we stress the system and we take Ono Rancho out. You put Ono Rancho back, and definitely SO6 is going to succeed. So we're trying to test to just make sure that if you stress the system without Aliso, that you still can get through. So that's the whole thinking behind SO4 and SO6.
And under all these, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and the SO6 was a line pack only failure, and it was in the southern system.
Okay. And to be clear, in all these scenarios, all these cases, the pipelines are at reduced pressure, 235 and 4,000. So the assumption is that these, over the next 10 years, these pipelines are not going to go back to their capacity. Is that the assumption?
Yes.
Isn't that the inferred assumption?
Yeah.
Is there a basis for that you kept that assumption?
So far, what we've been seeing from the pigging results and the pigs results, we don't have any reason to believe, or maybe Gene Spencer can comment more on that, but we're not seeing those coming back to nominal capacities. Gene?
Hi, this is Jean. I don't know that I would say that 10 years out. I don't know that we have that information. I would definitely, 2020, clearly they're out. I wouldn't want to speculate 10 years out.
Okay, but this is a product of this proceeding, and this is a PUC proceeding. So if these are the assumptions, then you're telling us that these are the PUC's accepted assumptions. If your simulations are based on what you believe should be the case, then they should not be using reduced pressures for 10 years from now. So help me out here.
I'd like to reiterate, Dr. Najam, the outage is resulting in only a reduction of 100 mmCFD.
Well, and we'll have to agree to disagree because it's more than that. But nonetheless, the point is
it's not more than that.
On principle, you're accepting the assumption for reduced pressure over the next 10 years. So let me move on to my next. You know what? That's okay. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. And for everyone who has their hand raised, please unraise your hand, including Mr. Bednor. I can still see you. Christina, go ahead.
Thank you. We will now go on to our break. So if everyone can please return at 2:45. Thank you.
Khaled, can you start sharing your screen?
Sure, Christina.
But it was a short break. Can you click the display settings up top and swap?
Yeah, switch them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. We will resume now with our last session for today. This is a session presented by Khaled Abdelaziz from the CPUC's Energy Division, and he will be presenting on the input data development and capacity studies. Khaled, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khaled Abdelaziz. I'm with the Energy Division in the Energy Resource Modeling team. Today I'll be talking more about how we developed the hourly profiles in order to use them in the hydraulic modeling studies. And in part 2 of the presentation, I'll be talking about something called the capacity study, which was not part of our scenarios framework. In retrospect, part 1 should have been probably presented at the very beginning of the workshop, but we hope we get a clear picture by the end of this part 1 of my presentation. So this is the presentation outline, introduction. I'm going to go quickly. I'm on slide 2, by the way. I'm going to go quickly over workshop 2 recap. Part 1, I'm going to talk about the derivation of the hourly profiles for use inside Synergy. That's primarily for core customers and EG customers. Then we're going to have a Q&A for this part, and then I'm going to move on to part 2, which is the capacity studies prelim results for both the northern zone and the southern zone. So slide 3, I'm going to go over quickly what we did in the previous 2 workshops in terms of hydraulic modeling. So in workshop 1, back in June 2019, we looked at gas scheduling and the historical receipt point utilization. And based on many stakeholders' input as well as our analysis, we conclude an RPU range somewhere between 85% and 95%. Workshop 2 in November 2019, we started to look at the peak day design parameter of SoCal, what would be the T minimum for design for pipeline for gas demand. We looked at some of the forecasts, and we also presented methodology on deriving the core hourly profiles and some preliminary results by zip code. So today in workshop 3, I'm presenting the final analysis and adoption of the hourly natural gas use profiles. And once we did that, we were able to validate the hourly gas use profiles used by SoCal in previous assessments and previous simulations. And then I'm going to present in part 2 some prelim results on the capacity studies. And I'd like to highlight again, this is not part of the scenarios framework. This is us. This is leading us to phase 3 of this OII.
Can I just remind you to announce the slide numbers?
Sure. So workshop 2 recap, and now I'm on slide 6. So why derive hourly gas demand profiles? I'm going to reiterate here, we're running a transient simulation within Synergy, and this in terms requires a time varying boundary condition. And hence, for every customer that is on the SoCal gas network, we need to know what is the hourly profiles or how the demand changes hourly from 1 hour to the next. Slide 7, we had presented the methodology for deriving the hourly profiles for the core customers. So we had received the advanced meter infrastructure data from SoCal for year 2017 and 2018. So quickly, I'll go over the methodology. We filtered out the weekends. We calculated the daily demand for all customers. And based on that daily demand, we assign it to one of 3 bins. If it's an average demand, if it's between the 45th and the 56th percentile, that's an average. Between 87.5 and 92.5, that's a peak. Between 94.3 to 100, that's an extreme peak. And then for each of the 3 bins, I normalize the daily profile by the hourly mean. And for each hour, I pick the median among all days in that bin. And then I renormalize the curves again using this mean.
And now I ended up with 3 normalized profiles for each zip code, month, and subclass. Slide 8, quickly over it. Again, if only 2018 AMI data is used, this methodology results in approximately 3 days being used to derive the average profiles, 1 to 2 for the peak and extreme hourly gas profiles. I used only 2018 AMI data because the difficulty arising from the changing number of customers who has AMI. So even though we received 2017 and 2018, I used only the 2018 data. And I'd like to point out here one of the most important parameters that I'm looking at is the load factor, which means compared to the average or the mean daily use, the peak hourly use would be how much. And that comes important again in the simulation because this hourly peak would create some gradients, and those gradients in turn can cause pressure drops unless you have enough supplies. I'm pointing out that these profiles I'm about to show are all normalized, so between 0 and 1. The average would be at 1. I'd also like to point out that if a zip code has a load factor of 1.4 and a daily demand of 100 CCF, will have a higher peak than a zip code with a load factor of 1.7 and a lower demand of 50 CCF. So again, you're looking at normalized profiles, and we care mostly about the shape of that profile. Slide 9 is just showing an example of how those profiles looked at. So you're looking at zip code 93427, and that would be the load type extreme. On the x-axis, we have the hour number. On the y-axis, we have the normalized median, and it's color-coded by month. And that's another sample, an entirely different shape for the profile. This is for zip code 90001, and this is for a type load average. Another example for the extreme load, this is the same zip code, and this is how the profile looks like. So at this point, we're thinking there is some variation across the zip codes. So if you move to next slide 12, which we showed back in workshop 2, analysis of 2018 AMI data shows some variability across the zip codes, which merits the inclusion of such geographical and seasonal granularity in the hydraulic modeling. Compared to SoCalGas hourly profile, we found that some zip codes had a higher load factor, while others had a lower load factor. And then once we acquired Synergy, we started to realize that there are some limitations on the number of profiles that can be included. Up to slide 12, I had thousands of profiles, and now I'm realizing Synergy has some limitation on how many profiles can be imported. And then also, we came to realize that not every zip code is being served by a single distribution network. It's the contrary. A single distribution network can be serving multiple zip codes. And in Synergy, as we're going to see, we have demand nodes, and each demand node corresponds to a distribution network, and we end up with with a fewer number of nodes of demand nodes. So moving to slide 15, I'm going to start showing how I did the aggregation for those profiles. Slide 15, why aggregate the hourly profiles? So as I previously said, a distribution network can service multiple zip codes, and aggregation or merging must be performed at least to match the number of distribution networks, which are represented by demand nodes in Synergy gas. Once we acquire the newer version of Synergy, 4.9.9, that limitation is 2,500 profiles, which is still less than the thousands of profiles that I already had. And I'm pointing out here, aggregation can be spatial or geographical by zip codes, or temporal. I can look at the contribution from each zip code across many days or across a few months. For space aggregation, the weight or contribution of each zip code and subclass core demand must be derived using the available AMI data. For time aggregation, again, I need to figure out which weights to use to do that. And before I went to doing the aggregation, I asked myself the question, is 10% of AMI data sufficient to derive those weights? So when we made the data request, because it was humongous size, we got only 10% of the AMI. So we were wondering if this is sufficient to derive the hourly profiles and have some confidence in them. So we had another data request, and this data request showed the number of customers by subclass and by month. This is data request 6. And then we use those numbers of customers by subclass by month, and I scaled the AMI data by the number of customers that I have. And I did that for each day in the year 2018, which I was using to analyze the AMI data. So the next slide, slide 17. So you're looking at the core, the daily core demand. On the x-axis, we have the date for the year 2018. On the y-axis, we have the core gas demand in MMCFD. And you're looking at two functions. The red or the orange one, this is the estimate based on the AMI data and scaled upwards by the number of customers per day, per subclass, per month. And the blue was SoCal gas estimate, which was provided in different data requests. So at this point, we're satisfied with the scaling, and in the aggregate sense, we think we have enough data to derive the hourly profiles for the core customers. So a bit more technical, how I calculated the weights for both spatial and temporal aggregation. For the spatial aggregation, for each day in 2018, I calculated the contribution of each zip code and each subclass to the total core gas demand. And then this is going to become clearer as I move forward. For temporal aggregation, I'm not looking at the weights from a single day. Instead, if we're driving the profiles for the summer season, I'm looking at the mean of the contribution of each day over month 7, 8, and 9. And then similarly for the winter season, if I'm computing the weights or the temporal weights, I'm looking at the mean of the contribution of each day over those 4 months I'm showing here. So November, December, January, and February. And now that I have the weights, I can sum all the contributions from zip codes, which are somewhere between 600 and 700, depending on which subclass I was looking at. And then we have only about 157 demand nodes in Synergy, which is more or less the distribution networks on the SoCal gas network. So next slide, slide 19. I'm going to show a sample of those profiles by zip code. So compared to what I've shown in workshop 2, I was showing a single zip code on a single day. Here I'm showing that I did some temporal aggregation. So looking at a few plots, each plot is for a given node in Synergy, and I've redacted the node names here. Inside each plot, there are 3 functions. One represents the profiles in the summer, which are months 7, 8, and 9. This is the color green. And then you have the winter. These are the blue profiles, and these are aggregated over month 11, 12, 1, and 2. The remaining month I aggregated inside other, which is the red curve. Each file of those is a 24-hour profile for core customers within a certain node in Synergy. So on the x-axis, you have the hour from 0 to 24, and then on the y-axis, you have the normalized value of the demand. So again, you can make a quick observation, which what we show in workshop 2. Some profiles are almost flat. That would be the first row, the third column. This is almost a flat profiles. Other profiles have the evening load factor higher than the morning load factor. That would be the second row and the fourth column on the very right here. And other profiles have the morning peak higher than the evening peak. So in total, we have 157 plots of those for each node in Synergy. If we are running a 1 in 10 simulation, then we are basically picking the blue profiles here and loading that into Synergy. And this is what actually Lisa did in the simulation. So we have 157 profiles that was loaded into the nodes, and then she did the comparison with SoCal aggregate profile. So at this point, I'm wondering how do these profiles compare to the aggregate profile from SoCal gas? So I'm moving on to slide 20. So for validation purposes, I'm starting to do more aggregation. So primarily, I'm going to do a full spatial aggregation. Since SoCal has only one profile for all zip codes, just for validation, I'm going to aggregate also my profiles over the zip codes. And Again, for validation purposes, I'm doing a monthly temporal aggregation. So the weights are based on a daily weights in a given month, so not seasons. And I'm going to show those aggregation in the five subsequent slides. The last aggregation, which is what I call the full aggregation. So I do a full spatial aggregation, and then I aggregate over all the seasons that I'm looking at, which are the winter, summer, and others. So next slide, that would be slide 21. Here I aggregated all the zip codes together, so we can get a better handle of how the core profiles, load profiles, the total profile of the core customers look like. So again, you're looking at x-axis, the hour number, the y-axis is the normalized weighted average, and each profile of those represents a different month. But if you look closer at month 7, 8, and 9 here, they're pretty close to each other. And that pretty much explains why I picked those 3 months to aggregate together for the summer simulations. Similarly, for month 1, 2, 11, and 12, the profiles are very similar. We have a load factor of around 1.5 here. And this is how it looks like for the average load. Similarly, for the peak load, the 1 in 10, I'm showing those here for validation purposes. We can notice a slightly higher load factor, but again, the same observation, months 7, 8, and 9 are very close to each other, and the winter months are very close to each other. Slide 23, again, similar to the previous two, but I'm showing the extreme load, which was for the 1 in 35 case. I know these are a lot of curves to look at, so I decided to do the plots in a different way. And I'm primarily focusing on the load factor, whether it's the morning or the evening. So the next slide, slide 24, I'm doing a bar plot, and I'm trying to look only at the load factor during the morning for the core customers. So if you look at the x-axis, we have the month number from 1 to 12. The y-axis, that's the morning load factor. And for each month, I have 3 bins. One represents the load factor during average load, which is the red. One represents the load factor during the 1 in 10 peak, which is the blue, and then the extreme, which is the red. On the very left, I'm showing the load factor for the aggregate profile that SoCal have been using, which is around 1.5. And if you compare that to the results I got for months 11, 12, 1, and 2, it looks like this 1.5 is an average of those 4 months. So if we focus only on month 1, 2, 11, and 12 for the peak load, which is the blue bars, these 4 would probably average to the 1.5 that is used in the aggregate profile by SoCalGas. Similarly, on the very right, I have the morning load factor that SoCal uses for the summer, and they actually use a flat profile in the summer, so the load factor here is 1. And I'm noticing here that the load factor on my ends are a bit higher than 1. We're talking for months 7, 8, and 9, something closer to 1.2. Next slide, it's exactly the same plot, but instead of looking at the morning load factor, I'm looking at the evening load factor. So if we move to slide 25, it's exactly the same plot. X-axis is the month number from 1 to 12. Y-axis is a load factor. On the very left in black, that's what is SoCal using in their aggregate profile for the winter, which is 1.16. And again, it looks like it's an average of months 11, 12, 1, and 2. On the right, I'm making the same notice. I'm getting a slightly higher load factor for the summer, which ends up being around 1.2 or so. So the last slide for the core customers, it's what I call a full aggregation. So here I was showing month by month in all the previous slides. Here I'm showing a full spatial aggregation, so all the zip codes are aggregated together. And then for each season, I'm doing an aggregation, so one for the winter, one for the summer, and other, which is red, is the remaining month. So the x-axis, again, the hour number, the y-axis are the normalized values. I think our primary focus at this point is the winter profiles, shown in blue here. So again, at midnight, we have a load factor of 0.7, starts to peak, and then almost at hour 7, we have the peak at 1.5. then we have the dip during the day, and then we have another peak in the evening, and the load factor here is around 1.2. On the small graph here on the right, this is what SoCal have been using for SoCal, which is the blue line. We notice similar shapes between SoCal and what I'm getting here. It seems my peak is a bit, the peak is the same for the load factor. The load factor is at 1.5, but it seems the ramp is higher in my case than what is shown here. And again, for the evening, we have a slight difference here. So now I'm going to move on to another class of customers. So this ends the validation with SoCal, and I believe Lisa covered the sensitivities in her simulation and how the inclusion of the zip codes, the 157 profiles, did not result in a much change in the simulation results, at least in the aggregate sense. So slide 27, I'm going to talk now about the hourly profiles for the non-core commercial industrial customers. These are not the EG customer. These are non-commercial CNI or commercial industrial customers. So moving on to slide 8, when we looked inside Synergy and what is the profile is being used, I'm showing it here on the right. So basically, it's assumed that the non-core CNI customers, they have a load factor of 1.1 between 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening. And this basically results from shifting the demand during the night, half of the demand during the night to the day. The assumption seemed valid to us, especially the peak, the 1.5 load factor is comparable to what we got in the core customers. It's also a 1.5. So we were satisfied with this assumption here. So we adopted this curve for the non-core commercial industrial customers, which has a load factor of 1.5. So now I'm going to go quickly over the hourly profiles of the electric generation customers. I know Munir already went over that, and maybe Lisa touched slide on that. So I'm going to go over the methodology real quick. So after the PCM was run, based on the assumption we have shown in the first presentation from Munir, the electric generation profiles were obtained from our own modeling using production cost or SERVM. And I obtained the fuel burn reports for an entire year and by unit for each unit, I mean. And then as pointed out earlier, we have 100 cases or permutations. We have 20 weather years, and we have 5 load forecast errors or 5 economic factors. And we picked those 2 cases that represented the 90th percentile of monthly gas use. And this happened to correspond to a 0 forecast error and a weather year 2013 for the summer and weather year 2014 for the winter. And then within each of season, we selected the day with the highest demand. So we selected the highest day in December to represent the winter. And then we selected the highest day in the summer season to represent the summer, which naturally occurred in September. So I'm going to show the fully aggregated profiles over the next 2 slides. And these we are using in Synergy in simulations SO2 all the way to, so actually these are the even numbered simulations. So these are used in simulation SO2, SO4, and SO6. I'm not going to comment a lot about this. I believe we covered it in the PCM, but we can see counterintuitively, and as Donald explained after that, that the natural gas demand did not drop as we expected. If I look at the aggregate EG profiles for the winter, this is how they look like. So these are the profiles that has been used in simulation 1, simulation 3, and simulation 5, respectively. And of course, the major difference here, we're seeing 2 peaks in the winter versus 1 peak in the summer. So I'm going to move to the last subclass here, hourly profiles for, I'm on slide 33. So this is the hourly profiles for the wholesale, refinery, and EOR customers or enhanced oil recovery customers. So SoCal have been using a flat profile for those customers, so no peaks, no load factors. It's 1 all the time. And we decided to also adopt those profiles. Flat profiles will not increase reliance on storage, because they don't rely on line pack and they lack gradients. And also quickly browsing the 2018 AMI data for those customers, it didn't reveal any distinct profile for those subclasses. Not to mention only there is like probably less than 50 customers that belong to this category. So the last slide I'm going to show here, slide 35. So at the beginning of the simulation, I said the load factor was my most important parameter to validate. And that's why I went and validated all the customer classes along with their load factor. And here I'm showing the aggregate. So if you take all the classes, core, non-core, EG, non-core, commercial, and industrial, and I load it into Synergy, and you're looking again at the load profile from simulation 1, which was winter 2020. So you've seen this graph twice so far. I'm going to go over it once more. On the x-axis, we have the demand starting from, that would be midnight, and then 6 a.m. At hour 24, that's again midnight, and hour 30, that's 6 a.m. the next day. On the y-axis, on the outer axis, that's the sum of loads, which is shown here in red, and the one I'm following with my cursor now. So again, you see the morning peak due to the core customers, and this sudden increase here at hour 6, this is when we turn on, or when there is an increase in the non-core customers. Then you reach a morning peak, then you have the dip, and then you have the rise again. And here, the non-core customers at hour 18, it drops. And then after the evening, you have the drop again up to 2 a.m. in the morning, and then the next peak starts. So what I'd like to point out here, you're looking at Sim 1, and we know here the average load is around 5 BCF. Precisely, it's 4.987 BCF, which corresponds to around 208 MMCF per hour. If I go ahead and compute the load factor here, and I remind everyone this is the load factor for all the customer classes combined, I'm ending up with something that is 1.36 here. And this is obviously lower than the load factor for the core customers or the non-core customers, because they both had a load factor of around 1.5. And this is primarily due to the other customers that have base load or have a normalized profile, so it's slightly less than 1.5. And again, I'm pointing out here that the peak morning load, if you translate that into the correct units, this is 6.7 BCF per day, or 282 MMCF per hour. The blue curve is only for our verification purposes. It's just the integration, or how much volume has been served at a given hour. And if you follow that line, so at hour 0, nothing has been served. If you follow this line all the way to hour 24 here, you can tell that you already served a 5 BCF. And I'm noticing here that any 2 points 24 hours apart will have this 5 BCF value. So for me, the take-home message here is the load factor is 1.36, and that's really helpful in doing some of the back-of-envelope calculations, because even though you might have supplies that equal the average load, 5 BCF, you still have to work your way around the hourly peak here, because you need a lot more. You need 1.36 more than you need on average data. So conclusions for this part: hourly profiles of natural gas use of core customers shows variation across zip codes. Aggregation of the profiles validates SoCal core hourly profile that have been used in previous assessments and in new simulations. And like we showed, or like Lisa showed in her first simulation, her presentation, the sensitivity on simulation 1 showed negligible. I'm putting integral here effects. So we didn't see much change in the line pack from including those 157 profiles. However, we highlight that these differences might become more important if we have different modes of failure. So if we can recover the line pack, but we see the pressure drops in certain zip codes, then at this point, inclusion of those profiles by zip codes might give us some insight of what's happening inside those zip codes. And I guess we're going to have to make a stop here for part 1 and take some questions.
Okay. Our first question is from Jane Fowler, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute. Just give me 1 second. Okay, Jane, you're unmuted.
I'm sorry, I haven't formulated my question properly. If I'll come back online. I'll let someone else go first.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
No worries, thanks. Next question from Jason Egan. Jason, I'm going to unmute you now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to ask about the electric generation natural gas demand forecasts on slides 31 and 32. So looking at these, I think the CCST study on the need for underground storage noted that in the future, storage may be needed to support intraday balancing and multi-day and seasonal balancing. I'm curious your thoughts. Does this forecasted increase in EG demand, especially the increased peakiness of demand in 2030, translate to an increased need for gas storage to respond to these hourly demand peaks and provide the intraday balancing that the CCST study seemed to imply?
Well, this is kind of speculative, but my general sense is whenever you have a higher gradient, you're going to have to rely on something different than the interstate pipeline. That could be line pack or could be storage.
And kind of the second question, a lot of this, it's looking at the intraday demands. Any thought to how we would model or value some of the multi-day events or multi-day value that infrastructure might provide?
Well, Synergy has the capability of modeling over a whole year. So, I mean, if you want to model multiple days, I don't see an issue with that.
I guess I'm thinking if it's a heat wave that might be multiple days where you'd see these peaks and these higher demand profiles over multiple days. Is there any thought to how we would understand the value provided by natural gas storage or natural gas infrastructure generally?
Well, I'm going to have to go back to the criteria we used on those simulations for the time being. And one of the main reasons we're simulating for 1 day and then we're forcing, or one of the criteria is your line pack has to return. So basically, we're assuming you have everything can be periodic and you can repeat your operational actions on the next day. I don't have any more thoughts on that, Jason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next question is from Michael Bednor. Michael, you are now unmuted.
Okay, I'm going to bounce around on a few of these. Slide 28, we're talking about the shape and the load factor on the non-commercial industrials, the non-generating. I do see that you don't have that many of them, but I think they do have a significant total. In fact, I don't have the numbers at the top of my head, but the non-core. How much?
It's around 600.
Okay. Now, looking at the shape of your curve and the way that you distributed, I think you're probably nice and conservative on the load factor. But in terms of the timing and shifting most of the load to the day, that is your low demand period. So I was thinking that if you didn't do a shift of one half, if you shifted less, you'd probably affect the pressure issues that we're seeing in some of the simulations. So I just wanted to raise that issue. I agree.
Well,
line pack.
Yeah, that's why I'm showing the last slide here, Michael.
Yeah.
And you can see here the ramp, this part here, the up ramp for the non-core, and this is the down ramp for the non-core.
Okay, so
no matter how,
ramp.
No matter how I shift
so you did
this or the load,
Absolutely. You did the up ramp before you got the peak load, so you took care of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
then moving on for just a few of the things. Looking at the peak load for the non-core, non-EGs, since it's not going to be necessarily seasonal, and you did slide 31, I think you went back over 20 years and tried to get a feel for that. And looking at the 1 to 10, I was wondering if a similar analysis was done to try to capture the 10-year peaks for the non-core, non-EG.
So originally the framework said we're going to look at monthly. But subsequently, in the clarification we published back in May, we took that back and we said it's going to be sufficient to do seasonally, and that's why we're only looking now at winter and summer.
As
No,
for
I
your questions for
understand that.
yeah.
No,
As for your question
I'm
for
just curious
as for the non-core, we have the full AMI data for. Yeah, that's. I'm still going to respond to the other half of your question. The non-core, we have the full AMI for the non-core customers. So we were able to validate the seasonality you're talking about. So the peak you're seeing is actually a yearly peak. The 600 or the 700.
You verified that it was seasonal.
Yeah, this is mostly winter probably. Yeah, it's a winter peak.
All right, just making sure because I wasn't sure your non-core 90Gs would be seasonal peaks, and then maybe you'd have to look elsewhere to get the right peaks for them. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other questions. I'm going to go back to Jane just to make sure. Jane, you are now unmuted.
Well, I don't think, okay, I just wanted to know, you guys talk to SoCalGas all the time, and just living here next to it, I was just wondering, is there any way for them to at least maybe let us know when they're venting or when something's going on, just as a warning? I tried to talk to many venues. It just occurred to me now to try here, because when this happens, it, makes us not feel well. We have various symptoms, and people are, a lot of people are sick, and I was just wondering if there's a way to coexist, somehow. That was my question.
Is there someone from SoCalGas who wants to say anything or to respond to that? We could unmute you.
If there's nobody available to address it now, we can have staff follow up tomorrow. It may be that they just don't have the right people here to address it, but we can absolutely follow up.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Jane. All right, the next question comes from Bill Powers with Protect Our Communities. The question's already typed out, but I'm going to give him a chance to ask it. Bill, you are now unmuted.
I'm audible?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I have a question. These simulations are occurring at lows of about 5,000 MMCFD, and there has been no actual winter peak above 4,100 MMCFD since 2015. And is the PUC also looking at the actual core load at peak, EG at peak, to understand what's actually happening relative to doing simulations at a load level that would appear to be somewhat extreme given the last 5 years?
So I'm going to have to refer you back to workshop 2, because in workshop 2, we did some validation on this forecast and why the T-mins are at 40 degrees or 42 degrees for the 1 in 10 and the 1 in 35. But we're not looking at only for this exercise. We didn't look only at the past 5 years. I believe we had since 2007. And there is plenty of data there, and we did the regression analysis, and we looked why the T-min is at 40 degrees and 42 degrees, and we came to the same conclusion as SoCal, which is around the 5 BCF for the short term.
Well, I do have to interrupt here because I did write 2 comments on that exact exercise and pointed out what I thought were deficiencies, and noticed that none of those issues were addressed between then and now, from March and now. So I'm not sure what the feedback loop is on critiquing that analysis, and unless we get another shot at it, because I specifically critiqued the regression analysis that you had done for lack of data points and did ask the question, you're assuming EG loads of over 1,000 MMCFD at peak, but what have those EG loads actually been over the last 5 years to understand if we're actually having EG loads at 200 or 300 MMCFD at the winter peak? It's not a production cost situation where you're getting 1,000 MMCFD of gas. Basically what's going on, it would be very helpful as a complement to this modeling exercise to do a detailed post-mortem on the winter peaks in the last 5 years to clearly understand what's going on, to see if reality is at all correlating to the exercise. And you don't have to respond to that. I'm just my observation.
Yeah, just let's break down your question to two parts. I believe you're asking, in one part, you're asking about the core customers, and in another part, you're asking about the EG, correct?
Correct.
So for the core customers, I remember seeing your comments, but could you please repeat that so everybody would be on the same page?
Well, the core comment, my comment on the core was there have been no temperatures below 44 degrees in the last 10 years. And so you're doing 42.3 for 1 in 10. We're doing 40 for 1 in 35, I think, from memory. But we haven't had any temperatures that low. And my critique was your regression analysis basically is an extrapolation after 44 degrees because we haven't had temperatures that we can corroborate in actuality, and that there was one data point that was above 2,400 MMCFD for the core, which appeared to be an erroneous data point, meaning that the regression analysis was not based on actual data. It was just an extrapolation into a vacuum. And that I'm not saying that I'm absolutely correct on this. It's just been frustrating that there's no feedback loop from the PUC. The time went into those comments, and I didn't see any adjustment to the peak. The peak's still 4987. We're still using the same regression analysis. Everything's the same, as if there were no comments filed.
No, we received your comments, and we've took it into consideration. And regarding the outlier, if you look at the subsequent slides, the regression was done for each year by itself. So there is one slide where is the outlier, which belongs to one of the 10 years I'm looking at. So even if this one outlier from 1,000 of points has changed the results, if you look at the following slide, each year over the past 10 years has been fit by itself. And each of those 3 years, 10 years will point you to the 5 BCF per day. So this point being an outlier, it's not going to change anything about the regression.
Well, the regression is perfect to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and then there are very, very few data points. And the point that I made is that natural gas burning hardware in people's homes has a limit. At some point, you can only burn so much gas. If you hit that limit, when the temperature is 46 degrees, you're not going to burn more gas at 42 or 40. And so the question was, has the PUC looked at the capability of the core to burn more gas once you get below about 46 degrees? It's those types of questions, if they could be answered for the parties in the proceeding, that would give me more confidence in the analysis.
So I think, again, I did read your comments, Mr. Powers, and I think you're making the assumption here that at 44, at 42, that each appliance connected to SoCal is already working at its maximum capacity. Did I understand that correctly?
I'm not certain of that, but I'd like some verification from the PUC that we're not doing simulations into an area where suddenly our gas use is going up exponentially, but that's really not reflecting actual reality, the capability of the systems out there on SoCal's system.
Well, this part of the curve is actually linear, not exponential. So if I consider only the part between, let's say, 50 and 40, this is actually a linear line. There is nothing exponential at this area of the curve. If I consider the whole curve, it's a second-degree polynomial, but at the lower end of the temperature, it's only a linear increase. I'm not seeing anything exponential, and the slides also show that.
Well, if we flatline at 2,400 MMCFD, we don't add another 400 MMCFD of load, of demand. And it would actually be better, I think, to possibly have me send an email about some of these loose ends. It's just unfortunate that in this proceeding, we submit comments, but there's no feedback other than we wait a few months as we have here, and then we receive new presentations, and I can see whether there's been any adjustment or not. So it might be helpful to have the PUC provide some response to some of those issues because there's just no feedback loop.
Thank you, sir. We will look forward to your email. If you could actually send us an email to the Aliso Canyon OII inbox, and we'll take a look at that, and I'll make sure that it gets a response. But I do have to ask Khaled to continue.
Thank you.
All right. Christina, are you seeing the right screen or not? Or should I switch again?
Swap again, yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so part two of the presentation, we're starting to look at what we called capacity studies. So I'm gonna move on to slide 39. And I added an extra row here compared to what everybody might have. So I'm on slide 39. And I'm asking the question, why perform a capacity study? And since we started with the scenarios framework, I'm basing the receipt point utilization on the nominal capacities. And there was always a question raised, are those nominal capacities valid or understated? So I'm asking myself the questions, are these nominal capacities correct? Are they overestimated or underestimated? And along the way, if I do a capacity study, it's a bit easier to understand because I'm doing it in a steady state sense. So this will help me understand the hydraulics of the network and reveal any bottlenecks or any competition that might exist. So in the table you see on slide 39, I've summarized the nominal capacities of each zone. So for the southern, we have 1.2 BCF. For the northern, we have 1.59 BCF. For the Wheeler Ridge, we have 0.765. And I'm omitting California production just for the purpose of this analysis. So the total is around 3.56 BCF. And then the lower bound for our scenarios framework, we said we're going to do 85% on the north and the southern system and 100% on the Wheeler Ridge. So 1.2 times 85%, that's 1.02 BCF for the south. 1590 times 85, that's 1.35 BCF. And the Wheeler Ridge remains as is at 765 MMCF. If you total those three zones here, after applying the RPU or the receipt point utilization, you end up with the 3.145. If I back calculate the receipt point utilization here, so in aggregate, we're using 88% of the system capacity. So I added here another row because we had a lot of discussion about the outages. So the row here, number 4, this is the total without any outages, which is just including the receipt point utilizations, which we discussed in workshop 1. I'm here adding that the total without outages would bring this 3.145 BCF to 3.043 BCF. And the way I calculated this, so we have the southern zone. We didn't include any outages on the southern zone. So you can bring up to this number here, so 1,028.5. Northern zone, you bring 1,250 instead of the 1,350. And hence my comment also that this outage is causing only 100 MMCFD drop. And the most of the drop in the northern zone is due to assumption of the 85% on the RPU. And this sums up to 3.043 total without outages, total with outages. If you add back the 70 from California production, you get 3.11. And if you look back at Lionel's slides, we're going to see that for SO3 and SO5, both of them are using a supplies of 3.1. So this is how we arrived at this calculation. I'd like to highlight again that the way we compute RPU is different than what is SoCal doing. So I'm showing it in the footnote down there. So I'm always using the nominal capacities for the RPU. SoCal tends to compute the system capacity after a certain set of outages and then compute the RPU based on this state of the system. So to highlight again, if I use SoCal's methodology, So the system due to outages is at 1250, and we are actually pushing 1250 through this northern zone. So in SoCal's terms, this is actually 100% RPU on the northern zone. So I'm going to move to the next slide. So slide 40, this is just an illustration of the zones we're looking at: southern zone, northern zone, Wheeler Ridge. I'm less interested in the Line 85 zone and the coastal zones because we don't have a lot of supply coming from there, and it's not the most pressing zone at this moment. So slide 41, I'm just talking about the methodology or the thought process through this zonal capacity. So if you think of it, there are many variations on how to conduct a zonal capacity study. So in variation 1, which I actually ended up using, I specify the MOP at key nodes, which are primarily receipt points or regulators. And I start with a small flow rate, and I do balance the system, or I solve for the unknown pressures at the demand nodes, which are primarily the LA Basin, but also San Diego Gas and Electric, for example. And as long as the pressure is above the min ops, or the minimum operating pressures, I conclude that this zone is able to meet this specified demand. And then incrementally, I start to increase the demand and see if I can meet this demand without violating any of the constraints on the system. Variation 2 is kind of the opposite. So instead of specifying the MOP upstream, I'm going to specify the min OP downstream. So for example, in the LA Basin. And also I specify little flow rate, which is the demand actually. And then I would solve for the upstream pressures. And if the upstream pressures are below MOP, then the zone under analysis is able to meet the specified demand. And then again, I keep increasing the demand on this zone until I violate the MOP at the receipt points. And once I hit this violation, then this is the zonal capacity. Variation 3, you specify both min ops and MOPs, and you solve for the flow rate just to complete the loop. And I find it's very difficult to find a solution using this approach, because then the demand configuration itself is unknown. So in a very, very simplification for this network, this is how I imagine a very simple network. On the right, you have a bunch of receipt points. And then you have a few demands, a few pipelines you have to meet, and those are feeding into load centers or city gates. In variation 1, I would specify the MOPs, so the bunch of reds on the right, and the demand on the pipelines. And then I solve for the min ops and make sure that I'm obeying that constraint on the min ops. Variation 2, I would specify min op and the queues or the demand on the pipelines. And then I would solve for the MOP and make sure the MOP are below the constraints or the pipeline's MOP. So I solve again for the pressure upstream and make sure it's below the MOP. Variation 3, like I said, I don't think it can work out actually. So you specify min ops and MOPs at key nodes and you solve for the flow rate. I don't think this can get us anywhere. So again, to recap, I'm going to use variation 1. So basically, I'm going to specify MOPs and demand at key nodes, and then I'm going to monitor other constraints and all pressures until they fall below the min ops. And I have to highlight on that second bullet, I think it was brought up during previous discussions, as to change the demand from one zip code to the other, or the configuration of the demand. So I'm coming up with this term here, the configuration of the distribution of the demand. So I'm saying assumptions must be made regarding the demand configuration or distribution. In other words, being able to serve a BCF inside the LA Basin is not necessarily equal to being able to serve a BCF in SDG&E territory. I mean, you can think of that in a global sense. So if, for example, we know the system capacity is 3.5 BCF, that doesn't necessarily conclude that you can serve, for example, 3.5 in the coastal region, or 3.5 in LA Basin, or 3.5 in SDG&E. There is a certain distribution associated with this value. So I'm trying to reiterate, if I can serve a BCF in LA Basin, that doesn't necessarily mean I can serve a BCF in SDG&E, because then energy loss could be different, the pipeline configurations are different, the damages could be different, pressure loss could be different, and then I wouldn't be able to push that same BCF in the LA Basin to SDG&E. And bullet 3 here touches on Anatoly's future methodology. So I'm saying it may be desired to perform the zonal capacities using a transient analysis. So maybe do multiple days with varying load throughout the hours. However, this would require making more assumptions regarding the hourly gas profiles of all customer classes. I need to know the optimal pressure regulator set points throughout the whole 24 hours. And I need to know the best operational actions, including possibly storage and injections. And I'm also highlighting here, compared to the results of a transient analysis, a steady state analysis will yield an upper bound of the zonal capacity. So you can think of that if you have a system that can serve 3 BCF and the demand is also 3 BCF. When the load factor is below 1, you can bring only so much until you fill your line pack, and then you cannot bring this much. So throughout the day, the hourly variation of the demand might not make it possible to bring all the flow that is equivalent to an average flow throughout the whole day. And hopefully I'm going to make this point clear in the subsequent slides. And again, bullet number 2 here, this is very important to note. Each zone will be studied independently, and that's a decision that took me a while to make. But I think this is the best approach because I'm trying to eliminate the competition between the other zones. So I'm going to study the southern zone alone, and then I'm going to study the northern zone alone. And to complete the loop, which we haven't done yet, we need to do a system capacity. So look at all the 3 zones together. So I'm on slide 47 now. I'm going to start looking at the southern zone. And honestly, the reason I started with the southern zone, it looked much simpler than the northern zone. You have only 1 or 2 receipt points on the very right. You have Ehrenberg and North Baia, I believe. And then they're feeding into 1 compressor there. And then we have 3 lines, 2000, 2001, and 5000. And then they start heading towards the basin. Due to right of way, one of those lines has already been capped. So crossovers are in the making to enhance the throughput, which has been included in this study. And then at San Diego, you have the flow going to San Diego down to south, and then you can push the flow further into El de Basin through line 2000 and 2001. So in a very simple sense, we have 3 transmission lines, 2000, 2001, and 5000. You have 2 compressors, one for SDG&E and one for SoCal. There are multiple regulators. And at the very end of line 2000 and 2001, we have 2 regulators feeding into the basin. And again, everything that you're not seeing in this map has been disabled, so it's not playing any role in this study. So the northern zone does not exist for me. I just cut it where the regulators are. Similarly, the Wheeler Ridge ends here at this city gate, and then the coastal region has also been removed. And I'm highlighting here the total loads that are connected to this zone is 3.8 BCF. So I've been asked about this number by some of my colleagues. So this is the load that is connected to this zone. It doesn't necessarily mean that this zone could serve this much, but this tells you a bit, gives you a bit information. If you know that in the 2020 1-in-10 winter peak, the load is 5 BCF, and this is the connected load on the southern zone, it directly follows that the load connected to Wheeler Ridge and to the coastal region or line 85, that's the complement of that, which is the 1.2 BCF. So it kind of gives me an idea of the distribution of the loads on this network. All right, so I'm going to move to the next slide, slide 48. This is just a very simplification of the parameters that I set on the southern zone. So again, I'm studying the southern zone independently. I'm starting to maximize the intakes into this zone. So if you look at Ehrenberg, the receipt pressure at Ehrenberg is set to MOP. And this is a very important distinction between this simulation and other simulations. So for the simulation S01 to S06, we try to maintain a constant flow from the boundaries. But here I'm trying to remove the constraints that are outside SoCal gas system. So I'm assuming the pressure at the receipt point to be equal to the MOP. This translates to having infinite supplies at this point. And I'm not going to see the pressure drop at this point, no matter how I increase the demand. So the failure is going to happen on a different mode, but not at the receipt point. And similarly, for all regulators on line 2000, 2001, and 5000 are set to the pipeline MOP. The compressor over there, it's also set to pipeline MOP. So basically, I'm trying to maximize everything on the pipeline and maximize the throughput. For this study, I'm setting all-time mesa receipts to 0. And I'm going to start increasing the demand. I'm going to start with a very small demand on the southern zone, and then I'm going to start to increase that demand. And I'm going to monitor the compressor's utilization factor, make sure that they're not 1 or even above 1 if possible, and make sure the pressures are not dropping in the pipeline. So the way I present the results, I'm presenting the results in 2 different ways. One for me was very intuitive, which I'm about to show, and then there is a tabulated version on the 3 slides later. So now I'm on slide 49. On the x-axis, I'm showing the time, which is not really very relevant. And on the y-axis, I'm showing the demand in MMCFD. And again, I'm reminding everyone, this is only the southern zone. None of the other zones are included. And if you look at that small text box down there, I'm starting with a small demand, which is 10% of the connected load. So the connected load here is 3.8 BCF. I'm starting only with 10% of those 3.8 BCF, which gives me around 387 MMCFD. So at this point here, I'm calling it initial steady state, and this is the load on the system at this point. So I move on and I start to increase the load. So if you look at the first jump here, I increase the load by 2.5%, which from the title of the chart is around 96 MMCFD. And then I run the transient analysis. I wait for this simulation to reach a steady state. And as long as no constraints are violated, I increase the demand again by 2.5%. And then I increase it again. I wait for the steady state. I increase the demand again, and I wait for the steady state. So again, time is not really relevant. It's how I decided to run this analysis. But the most important part here, I increase the load, I wait for a steady state, and then I increase the load again, and then I look at the constraints of the system. So how do the supplies look like? This would be on the next slide, slide 50. Again, the x-axis is the time, and the y-axis depends on which function you're looking at. So the most inner one, that's the demand. So that would be the red curve, the step function you're seeing here, which I have shown on the previous slide. So I have a step here, and each time I increase the demand like this. The supplies here are behaving way different than when we are doing in SO6 and from S01 to SO6. So flow rate here, this is the green, and these are the supplies. And you will notice every time I increase the demand, the supplies start to increase, and at some point, the supplies are equal to the demand. And if you look at the blue line, that's actually the line pack only on the southern system, this guy over here. And again, each time I increase the demand, I see a drop in the line pack. I increase the demand, I see a bit of transient between hour 15 and 20, for example, here, and then a flat line for the line pack, and so on and so forth. So again, I'm highlighting each time I increase the demand, the supplies follow until they equal the demand, and then the system stabilizes, and then I increase the demand once more. So how do the pressures look in the basin once I do that? So this is this slide here, slide 51. And we've redacted the pressure values, but I'm looking at multiple nodes inside Orange County or the LA Basin. And you can pretty tell much what's happening. Each time I increase the demand, you see a drop in the pressure in the basin. Each time I increase the demand, say at hour here, that was hour 8, I see a drop. At hour 17, I see another drop, and so on and so forth. One of the things here you may notice, which I believe Anatoly touched upon, is the nonlinearity of the system. So you see towards the end here, although I'm making only incremental increases in the demand by 2.5%, you're going to see that here at this last kink at hour 125, the pressure drop is much, much higher than at the very beginning of the simulation. So the higher the demand, the lower the line pack, and an increase in the load actually results in a steeper decrease in the pressures everywhere. So when did I violate the constraints? So I'm repeating here the demand slide again in red. X-axis is time, Y-axis is the demand, and I'm running my simulations, and up to hour 40 here, and by this time I have increased the demand all the way to 875. Nothing is happening, and at this point I break one of the constraints, which is the minimum operating pressures on the southern system. And just out of curiosity, I kept running the simulation, and then with the next increase in the demand, 2.5%, the pressures drop inside the LA basin. So moving on to slide 53, I actually ran two studies. I realized that the regulator settings are important. So for the results I've been just showing you, that was for study S1. So we look at slide 53. So at S1, I was setting the regulators at the min ops of the downstream pipes. And the first constraint was violated at 866 million cubic feet. The second constraint was violated at 1061. And I know this is happening because when I set the pressure at min op, increase in demand in the basin might cause a sudden pressure drop. So my second attempt was to actually set those regulators to the MOPs of the pipeline. And in that scenario, I was able to push a bit more. So the first constraint was violated at 1061, and then the second violation was at 1.15 BCF. And in comparison to the stated nominal capacity for SoCal, the 1.2 BCF, I'm actually not getting to the 1.2 BCF, and I'm attributing this mainly to the demand being served along the transmission lines. So that takes us back to the slide where I discussed the configuration. So I'm increasing the load by 10% everywhere, but it may be possible if I serve only the load along the transmission lines here, possibly easy load, that this value that I'm getting reaches all the way to the 1.2 BCF per day. And I'm going to skip on that question since we're running out of time. Now I'm moving on to slide 54. And if the previous slides were too much into details, this is actually a different way of presenting the results. Instead of going through the transients and how the system is responding to increasing the demand, I constructed this table. So I'm reminding you again, the connected load on this zone is 3.8 BCF. And I'm starting with the demand that is 10% here on the first row, which correspond to 387 mmCFD. And then I solve the system, I try to balance the system and look at the other constraints. So at this load, I'm not violating any constraint. So this is the first row. And then I increase the demand by 2.5% and I balance the system. And again, I'm not seeing any violations. And then we repeat this all the way to here. And we're looking at study S2. So I have set the regulators at the MOPs in this case. And then at demand of 27.5% of the connected load, which is around 1 BCF, I am violating the min ops outside the basin. And again, I keep running the simulation up to 30%, so another increase in the demand, and now violating the pressure both upstream and downstream of the city gates or inside the basin. All right. So based on this study, this is my observations from the Southern Zone capacity study. A higher demand results in a lower line pack, and that was shown in the blue line. I'm also speculating that a higher demand, the higher the demand, the longer it will take to recover or draft the line pack. So this sheds some light on how difficult it will be to manage a pipeline when the loads are much higher or on the higher end of the spectrum. Bullet number 2 on slide 55, while the simulation needed to be not accurate in time, it is noteworthy to see how the pipeline responds to increasing load. And I was able to see that in synergy. So I start with a small demand and all the regulators are setting the pressures to my desired set pressures, which are mostly the MOPs. I start increasing the load and then I see those regulators becomes fully open, so they cannot regulate anymore. And then I start seeing the pressures downstream of those regulators drop. And at some point, they're going to hit the min OP or go below the min OP, and this is when I violate my constraints. In some cases, I was able to continue the simulation. Of course, it's going to continue until it reaches the zero absolute or some any other unphysical condition develops. Okay. So although we don't have a break here, I think it's a good time to take a break and take some questions.
Okay, our first question is from Eric. Let me go ahead and unmute you. Eric Woodcheck, you are now unmuted. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. My question was back a little bit. I was asking about the production cost modeling and the use of SERVM, and particularly whether it could represent the ramping needs being part of the IRP and or looking at those assumptions earlier. If the assumptions come from that proceeding in that analysis, I would just be worried in part because the SERVM is not a unit commitment model. It doesn't represent locational constraints. So the 14,000 megawatts of ramping that we need now for the state going to 20,000, how can we really represent or expect the production cost model to give us the ramping assumptions that then drive the incremental gas need, and especially very fast gas need that we're talking about depressurizing the system? So I realize I've added a little bit there, but I wonder if there's some answer to that. What about the production cost modeling assumptions? Do we need to refine those potentially? Thanks.
Hello, this is
ramping. Yeah.
This is Donald Brooks at the PUC. I'm going to take that one. The production cost model that we use, SERVM, it does do unit. I'll just say that its ability to do sort of LCR type transmission nodal modeling is limited. Yes, there are 4 bubbles inside the kite, though. So there is some locational granularity problem there. But what I will say is that it is a unit commitment model. It does seek to commit generators. It does show generators ramping over the day, 24, 87, 60 or a day or a week or whatever to meet, the fall off of solar or the constraints around the batteries, that kind of stuff. So I'll just push back a little bit and say I think that we're able to represent the ramping and the ramping needs that we're going to see as the system moves towards more renewables, and we're going to need some of this intraday ramping. I think we're able to capture some of those constraints. It's important to make sure that we're illustrating realistic dispatch of combined cycles and peakers and different thermal generators, just to make sure that that we got their dispatch right, so that we know what they're doing in the course of the day. But I will say that I think we're able to simulate the ramping needs and constraints around that semi-realistically. So I'll say you're right about half of it, but I'll push back about the other half of it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there any questions regarding the capacity studies?
Sorry, yes, we do have 2 more questions. One is from Dr. Najim, who is now unmuted. You can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. I want to ask you, since you're leading the hydraulic modeling effort, you're attempting to model conditions that have never existed all at the same time, and recognizing that the model has a lot of assumed parameters in it. Is it fair to say that there has not been any task or any action to calibrate the model, or at least check its pressure predictions and flow predictions based on actual operating days? And if that is the case, is there any plan to verify the accuracy of what you're predicting based on actual data checks from historical operating conditions?
So just to reiterate on that question, so the model takes in pipeline infrastructure data like diameter, length, light, compressors, capabilities, and so on and so forth. The model itself, that's synergy, and it's an industry standard. And the method of characteristics and the flow transient behind it is already validated. So we have a few things that I'm keeping a tab on, which are primarily the MOPs and the MAOPs on the pipelines. We have been looking into the min ops and why are they set at this value, and we've asked for some SCADA data in one of our data requests.
So is there a plan to do a calibration check to verify the outcome of the model based on actual pressure and flow data from an operating day?
Well, that would require knowing the pressure at multiple points within the model over the course of a whole day.
So you're saying that there is no monitoring at any location of pressures?
Well, no, I'm looking at critical points. So the data we looked at are the receipt points and upstream and downstream of the regulators primarily, and the areas around the storage fields.
And I appreciate you're looking at critical points, but if the other alternative is to make no comparison to actual data, wouldn't some comparison be useful to you and to everybody who's counting on this model for what's going to happen next?
So how do you think we should go about that, Dr. Najm? So SCADA data for multiple points?
Yes, multiple point data that there are data on them with the known operating conditions, and see if your predictions would predict what the actual data are saying. Karen, you can mute me now.
Okay. Next question. I don't know if we have time for more questions or we want to continue with the presentation.
So if there are questions specific to the southern zone capacity before I move to the northern zone, just to clear out any confusion.
I think there is from Norman Peterson.
Okay.
Norman, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. Kayla, just a couple of quick questions about the southern zone. First of all, you said that crossovers are being created from the southern zone. You mean from the southern zone to the northern zone, I assume. What crossovers are currently being created by SoCalGas?
Now, just to be accurate, this is not a crossover between the northern zone and the southern zone. This is at the junction between line 2001 and 2000, I believe. So due to the capping here that happened due to the right-of-way, there is one crossover that has been added at this point.
And that's between 2000 and what did you say?
I believe it's 2000, and I'll have to look that one up. I believe it's 2001 and 5000.
Okay.
Yeah.
That leads to my second question. SoCalGas repeatedly says that southern zone capacity is limited by southern zone demand, and that's because of a shortage of crossover capability to the northern zone, and this was all occasioned by line 2000, the oldest line on the southern system, being taken out of service at the Indian reservation. In your view, is southern zone demand a limitation on southern zone capacity? Do you think SoCalGas is right, in other words?
Do I think SoCal what, Norman?
Do you think they are correct? Are they correct that southern zone demand currently limits the capacity to receive gas from the upstream delivery points into SoCalGas, like Ehrenberg?
There is some merit, yes, because the failure happens primarily in the basin. So at this point here, when the failure has happened, let me bring the map back.
What failure you talking? What kind of failure?
The min ops in the basin. So let's look together at this map here. It says I'm bringing 100 from Ehrenberg, and the demand configuration I'm choosing has me in the basin serving 50% of that, for example, and San Diego 30%, and along the transmission lines I'm serving 20%. So the first point of failure is near the LA basin. It's not along the transmission lines, and it's not in San Diego Gas and Electric, which means no matter what I do, I'm not going to be able to bring more into the LA basin. So this 50% or 60% of the total demand, I can't push more than that into the basin, no matter what I do with the rest of the demand. That's the simplest way I can put it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And just one last quick question: what do the colors on this schematic represent?
Yeah, I like colors, but it's MOP.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's continue with the presentation.
Sure. So the next zone I'm looking at is the northern zone. And the northern zone now I'm slide 57. So that was my second zone that I decided to look at. And it's a bit more complicated. Now we have 3 receipt points. We have North Needles, we have South Needles or Topak, we have Kramer, and then we have multiple city gates. On the eastern side of the LA Basin, we have like 3 city gates, and then there's one in the north. I believe I had a question from Norm here while I'm showing the rest of the system. So all gray pipelines here are disabled, so I'm not serving any demand. There is no flow on those pipelines. They're just disabled in the model. And the only part that is enabled are the colored parts, which is the northern system. And here I'm seeing the same methodology. So on Kramer, on North Needles or South Needles, I'm setting the pressures to the pipeline MOP. So again, I'm removing the constraint from outside SoCal, and I'm assuming they can have this much pressure on those receipt points. So I'm not going to go through much through the details. So these are the major parameters, again, I imposed. So receipt pressures at Needles, Topak, and Kramer are set to the pipeline MOP. All set pressures of regulators on the different lines are close to the MOP. And again, here I'm looking at the nominal capacity. So I did not include the pressure reductions on lines 235 or 4000. And again, the discharge pressures of the compressors are set to pipeline MOP. And as previously mentioned, in the southern zone, I'm looking at the compressors utilization factor and then the pipeline pressure everywhere. And the connected load on this zone, shown on slide 57, is around 3.1 or 3.2 BCF. So I hope you're familiar with this curve now. So again, on the x-axis, this is the time, which is hardly relevant. On the y-axis, if you look at the pink curve, this is the demand. I believe I started with 40% of the demand here, which is around 1250 on the northern zone. So I'm basically starting with the point with 1250 at the northern zone. And then again, I reach the steady state, I increase the demand, so on and so forth. If you look at the green line, these are the supplies, and they're closely following the pink lines. So again, I increase the demand. The supply responds because I have an infinite supply until I reach a different steady state, and then I increase the demand again. And again, the blue line is the line pack on the northern system. So here I'm showing the results right away. First constraint violated, and surprising to me, that was at 2.2 something BCF. And then by the next increase, I had the second constraint violated. So I'm looking at these numbers and I'm thinking they're much higher than the nominal capacity. So I went back and I looked at our assumptions here. And I ended up doing another study. So let me go back to slide 59. I'm seeing a demand that can be served is much higher than the nominal capacity, 2.2, somewhere between 2.2 and 2.3. And we know the nominal is at 1.6, so that got me thinking, what's going on here? And then we look closer to the system, I quickly realized this is due to my assumption on removing the other zones. So the two lines I'm pointing at here, line 235 and line 335, I believe, turns out there is some restrictions on the northern city gates around this area. And if you want to bring a lot of flow from Wheeler Ridge, you're actually going to have to flow gas from the west to the east, to the right, from the Wheeler Ridge zone, which in that sense would not enable you to use those pipelines to bring flow from Kramer, Topak, or Needles all the way to the northern city gates. So the next study, I'm calling it study N2. I disabled those two lines I'm highlighting there, and along with it, the northern city gate, it's also disabled. So I'm only bringing flow now from the three eastern city gates. And then I'm rerunning the same simulation. You'll notice that the connected load this time is 3.1 BCF, which is 100 less than before. So that basically tells you that those two lines I just disabled are serving around 100 MMCFD. And I rerun the simulation again. So this time I get a little bit less flowing on the northern zone. So if you look at the summary here, N1 is when I had those two lines enabled, 235 and 335, and I'm letting the flow go through the eastern gates and the northern gates. And supplies are between 2.2 and 2.3 BCF. If I remove those two lines only, 235 and 335, west of Kramer, I can bring a little bit less from the northern zone, which is around 2 BCF. Again, this is still higher than what we're seeing from the nominal capacity of 1.6. So we're going to touch on that on the conclusions here. But in summary, again, if you're bringing flow from Kramer down south, you let a little bit flow to the coastal area and a bit to the northern city gates. You might find yourself in a situation where you have to push the flow to the right on those two lines, and then down south through line, I believe that's 1195, and then on lines 4000 and 4002, which would again increase the competition or create a competition from the Wheeler Ridge on the northern zone. So hopefully that's going to become clear in the next two slides. So conclusions on slide 62. We have just shown that the southern zone nominal capacity of 1.2 has been validated. Actually, the numbers I'm getting are slightly less, and that's because the load configuration I'm using. Initially, we got a northern zone capacity of 2.2, which was much higher than the stated nominal capacity of 1.6. However, I'm highlighting here, this is due to the competition from the Wheeler Ridge, which competes at least on line 235, line 335, line 1185, line 4002, and the northern city gate. So the competition, I'm highlighting again here on the right. I'm on slide 63. The competition with the Wheeler Ridge zone could reduce the capacity of the northern zone by somewhere between 230 and 700. And this is my back of the envelope calculation based on the restrictions I'm seeing on the northern city gate. I would have to run the system capacity to actually figure out that number. But if you actually take this number, 230 to 700, and subtract it from the 2 BCF or the 2.2 BCF, I end up with the stated nominal capacity of 1.6 BCF. So at this point, I'm highlighting a bottleneck for us and for the new contractor to look at in phase 3. So those two lines, along with the northern city gate, deserve a look to figure out what's going on here, and possibly decrease the competition and enable the northern zone to bring more. Again, I'm reminding everyone, I'm doing this on the nominal capacities and at MOPs without any reductions on lines 235 and 4000. And here, conclusions on slide 64. Mitigation of this bottleneck, for example, by increasing the capacity of the northern city gate, should be investigated in phase 3 of this OII. And I'm saying also that this only upgrading the city gate may not be sufficient, because that depends on the pipelines downstream of this city gate. So basically fixing this bottleneck might yield to finding another bottleneck, or maybe the only bottleneck. We don't know that unless we start simulating this upgrade or including this upgrade in the model. The analysis of the northern zone will have to be coupled with the analysis of the Wheeler Ridge zone in order to compute the maximum system capacity.
So future work, in my opinion, I would have to look at the Wheeler zone, Wheeler Ridge zone to figure out the competition exactly, system capacity study to try to maximize the flows, and sensitivities. Since I've ran everything with all the pipelines online at their MOPs, the next step would be to look at sensitivity when you introduce one or more outage. Future work, I might look at sensitivity on set pressures or transient analysis of the zonal capacity. And I believe also Anatoly touched on that. And possibly these are not, the easiest method wouldn't be in Synergy, honestly. But then again, Synergy had an optimization module and it might provide some input on that. And with that, I conclude part 2 of my presentation. And we'll open up for questions for this part.
Okay, great. Our first question comes from Michael Alcantar. I am going to go ahead and unmute you. Just give me 1 second. Michael, it looks like your audio might be connected through a call-in user. I'm going to go ahead and unmute all call-in users in case call-in users have questions as well. But please reserve the first question for Michael Alcantar. Michael, can you please try speaking? See if you've been unmuted.
I am here, and I hope you can hear me.
Great, we can hear you.
Thank you. I may be a little bit out of relevance. I'm not asking questions or commenting upon the Northern Zone presentation, but I wanted to come back to an issue that I think was touched upon by Eric Wojcik and responded to by Donald. And I wanted to make sure that we had a better exchange about a couple of concerns arising from the current model and its use both in the IRP and now in this docket. And while I agree with you, Donald, that it has some value, that model and the details, and it's your baby and you've done a lot of work with it and appreciate it, there is concern about assumptions that have been pasted into that model. First of which, of concern, there was no segregation originally of CHP resources from other natural gas generation resources. It seems that this latest study on the gas side is now looking at that a little bit more attentively, and that's very much appreciated. But it also continues to sustain an assumption that you and I and virtually anybody who's looked at this case knows is untrue, and that is the sense that regardless of any action or inaction by the CPUC, all CHP and all other existing natural gas resources will continue to operate just as they have through 2030, even though they're not contracts, even though there's no procurement standard for them, even though they are struggling to maintain their operations at best and failing regularly. So I do want to push back to your pushback to suggest that the SERVM model is certainly not the be-all and end-all for all attributes. I think we're pressed to make sure we're doing properly. Lastly, rolling it back to the very beginning of today, Commissioner Randolph began this conference with a stated objective that the goal was to figure out how to reduce natural gas usage. And I'd like to question that. Is that the objective of staff's analysis in terms of what you've been directed to do? Or is it to reduce emissions associated with GHG, even if they happen to come from sequestration or other technologies?
So, Michael, this is Commissioner Randolph.
Thank you.
I'll just note that that's not quite what I said. What I said was that the modeling was reflecting reductions in gas use as we move toward the state goals. And the reason why I made that point was that we have frequently gotten questions as to whether or not we're taking into account any reductions in gas demand. And we have repeatedly said that, you know, we rely on the IPER, we rely on gas demand analyses going forward. And so I just kind of wanted to reiterate the point that that is something that we are always taking into account in our modeling assumptions. I wasn't saying that that was the explicit goal, but rather that to the extent that we have reductions in gas demand that result from the GHG emissions reduction goals, that we do take that into account in our modeling.
Very fair point. Thank you, Commissioner, for making that point. But I guess what I want to try and understand carefully is the precise policy objective for this proceeding related to what I've heard you also say are three very important goals we're trying to reach, which is sustaining service reliability, establishing reasonable costs, and reducing emissions to the extent practicable. So if that's our policy objective, I just want to make sure I understand or appreciate what this exercise is about. That's really the focus of my question, and I thank you for your efforts to respond.
Well, the purpose of this proceeding is to meet the statutory mandate to analyze whether or not the use of Aliso Canyon can be reduced or eliminated, keeping in mind cost and reliability. So that is the explicit goal of this proceeding, and it remains the goal of this proceeding.
Thank you. That concludes my questions, and appreciate again the comments, Commissioner.
Thank you, Michael. The other call-in users are still unmuted at this time. If you have a question and you called in through the dial-in option, please go ahead and speak. Sounds like we have no call-in user questions, in which case I will move to the next question from Dave BC. Dave, I will go ahead and unmute you. Just give me one moment. You are now unmuted.
Thank you, Karen. Hi, Khaled. This is Dave BC from SoCal Gas. I have a question for you about the northern system capacities in the scenario where you disabled the pipelines between Adelanto and Quigley. Did you move northern gas supplies onto the southern system in those calculations for delivery into the LA basin?
You mean through line so you mean through line 2001 and 2000?
Yes.
To the east or to the west? Into the basin, yes.
To the west. So my question is, and I couldn't really tell by looking at the schematic whether you did that, but just as sending it towards Quigley impacted the ability to receive supplies from Wheeler Ridge, wouldn't doing that also impact the ability to receive the 1210 on the southern system?
True. There is competition with the southern system too.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is aggravated by probably the city gate capacities again, right?
And the pipeline that's there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, Dave. So next question is from Norman Peterson. Go ahead, Norman.
Thank you very much. First of all, Khalid, why do you assume an outdated nominal capacity of 1590 MMCFD for the northern zone when the physical capacity is actually 990 MMCFD, 500 from Kramer and 440 out of the Newberry compressor station? It's from your slide 61, which we just had up.
Yeah. So, sure, I understand your question, Norman. Thank you for that. So, future work, like I said, I want to look at sensitivity when I introduce more outages. So that would take care of going from the 1590 down to the 1250. But this was a good starting point for me because I wanted to compare the nominal capacities. And if you go on the very first slide, we based all simulations SO1 to SO6 based on those nominal capacities, right here.
Yes.
So one of my main concerns was to validate those numbers because these are the numbers that's yielding us to use those numbers for the simulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
And could I just go back for a moment? Actually, I would like to go back all the way back to Anatoly's presentation. If you could just put up slide, Khalid's slide 61, I think I could make the point.
61 on Anatoly? I'm not seeing 61 on
No, 61 of yours.
Of mine. Okay.
Yeah, you're 61.
Okay.
Okay, Mary and Anatoly were explaining that they saw a failure in the simulations to restore line pack on upstream lines, such as 3000 and 235-1 that are shown on this slide in kind of purple, leading up to Newberry. And I guess the point was that you had a failure to recover line pack between upstream receipt points like Topak and North Needles, but you still maintain pressure to the LA Basin and to the South Basin, to the South Bay region, because you did have Atalanto and Quigley operating to maintain the pressure. So Atalanto, for example, on this side, Atalanto and Quigley would suck the gas out of 2000 and 235-1, or Quigley would suck the gas out of 225, maybe 235, suck the gas out of 225. So you would have pressure drops below what you could restore, drops in line pack below what you could restore over 24 hours in the San Joaquin Basin and upstream of Newberry towards North Needles and Topak. Well, you were still maintaining pressures in the basin. Is that your understanding of what Anatoly was saying, and Mary as well?
So I'm going to try to respond on two different notes. So there is a fundamental difference between how I'm running this simulation and simulations S01 to S06. And the most important distinction is I'm assuming a constant pressure at the receipt points, which means I'm assuming an infinite supplies at those receipt points. So based on what I've been seeing so far, the constraints that are being violated are in the basin, not on line 3000, not on line 4000 or 235. So this assumption is fundamental to the difference. I'm assuming infinite supplies at the receipt points, which translate mathematically to a constant pressure.
Okay, so that's a difference between Mary's presentation and Anatoly's presentation this morning and what we're hearing from you now.
Yeah, it's a constant pressure, so I'm removing the constraints from. I'm not assuming any constraints outside the SoCal gas system.
Okay, I think I'm clear. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Great, thank you, Norm.
Okay, we have a question from Dr. Najim. Dr. Najim, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm assuming this is a chance to ask questions about the whole workshop. So I'm going to do what Norm did and ask you about the presentation from Anatoly and Mary. And here's my question. In the simulations of S1 through S6, S2, 4, and 6 were summer peak demand simulations. And considering that the outcome of that analysis was a pass without the use of Aliso under those summer peak demands, does that allow you to reach the conclusion that there are no constraints on the system during peak summer from a demand perspective without with Aliso Canyon offline? Are you able to reach that conclusion based on those simulations? Recognizing that simulation 6 had an imposed constraint that was not necessary, that resulted in that failure on the line pack recovery, which was that you zeroed out the two pipelines. So putting those back, I'm assuming the outcome is going to be a path just like the other summers. So is that a conclusion about the summer demand that there is no challenge for the system without Aliso?
Hi, this is Mary. Yes, I mean, these were successful simulations without Aliso. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have one final question from Sarah Gerson. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. And thank you to Khaled for giving a presentation that tees up and explains how in phase 3 you're going to take the data and analysis you've done in this phase and ask a consultant to study possible investments in the gas system that might allow the system to continue operating reliably without Aliso. But I wanted to confirm that in phase 3, you also plan to do analysis on demand reduction measures that would allow the system to continue operating reliably without Aliso? And if so, how are you going to tee that question up for analysis in terms of the specific problem that the demand reduction measures will be solving for?
Hi, this is Christina from Energy Division. Is your question asking about the scope of work for phase 3 and what the contractor is working on?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we have completed the phase 3 request for offers, and it is a public document now. So what I can do is share with the service list what that scope of work is and the request for offers. I think that will answer your question as far as the scope of work.
Okay, great. So at this point, you have the RFO out, but you haven't entered contracts yet.
We've executed the contract, and the consultant is beginning work as we speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now, it is actually a little bit past 4:30, which is when the workshop was slated to end. I know we have several more questions, but if anybody has to leave at 4:30, we will be sending a follow-up email with additional information on how you can submit informal comments in response to what was presented today. But if you are able to stay on, we will be here to continue taking questions.
Thank you, Christina. Next question is from Jason Egan. Jason, you are now unmuted.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up to Mary's, I think it was Mary's response to Dr. Najim. These summer scenarios, I think you, just to make sure I was understanding your response, I think you were saying that these summer scenarios show that Aliso wasn't needed for these scenarios. You weren't implying a broader conclusion than that. It's just that for these scenarios, using the assumptions for these scenarios, Aliso was not needed. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is Mary. And these scenarios were the 1 in 10 year event scenarios. And for these scenarios, they were successful scenarios without Aliso.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next question is, let's see. Norman Peterson has a question. Who is the selected contractor? Norman, you are unmuted in case you need to clarify.
Yes, Christina was sharing some very interesting information. I had not realized the contractor had been selected for phase 3. Can you reveal who the contractor is?
I can, and they are listening to today's workshop. The successful bid went to FTI Consulting Incorporated, and they are listening in on today's workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Another question from Dr. Najim. Dr. Najim, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the exchange about my question earlier and the answer that I received. It is correct that your simulation is based on the conditions of that simulation. Is it not correct that those conditions are stated as the worst conditions for the summer of these 3 years?
on that one a little bit. This is Jean with the PUC. I think those, and please correct me if I'm wrong, modelers, but I think those assume that storage is at 90% at the other fields. So I'll let them clarify that point. But I do want to note that this is, a hydraulic model. And in real life, we have seen issues in the summer with Aliso that were more economic than reliability. So I don't want to just blanket say there are no issues for summer. But from a reliability perspective, based on this model and with these assumptions, that did pass all of these.
Well, I hope we apply the same cautionary notes on the failure seasons as well, as opposed to just take them for what the model produces. I'm only trying to validate what you showed in the presentation, and yet you're telling me that yes, but. So is it pass or failure under the worst conditions from a reliability? Can I not?
Yeah.
Can we not know that answer?
Can we clarify what the storage levels at the other fields were?
So for the summer, SOS2 was at 90%, 4 was at 70%.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Najim, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I believe those are all the other questions that we have. I'll give it a minute in case anyone else needs to raise their hand and speak. Norman and Jason, your hands are still raised, but I don't see any additional notes in the chat. If anyone else has a question, please raise your hand now. It looks like there are no additional questions. Christina, Donald, I'm passing it back to you.
Okay. Next is Donald Brooks, supervisor of the modeling team, who will wrap it up and discuss next steps.
Hello, folks. Thank you very much for a productive and very active workshop. We got through an awful lot of material and had a very lively discussion throughout the day. I just want to thank you all again. And so what are next steps? Christina and Energy Division staff will send out an email with instructions on how and when to submit informal comments on today's workshops and our presentations. We've done this in the past. The November workshop in 2019 had informal comments from parties on our work there. So we'll do that again. We will also look to schedule a workshop either for late September or early October with the extreme peak 1 in 35 hydraulic modeling results. Today represented the conclusion of the production cost modeling work that we were going to do. And we finished the econometric modeling that we were going to do last November. So what follows will be more hydraulic modeling results for the 1 in 35 extreme peak scenario coming out late September, early October in another shorter webinar that we'll also be hosting. And then following that, final paper will come out to summarize all the modeling that we did, including econometric, production cost, and hydraulic modeling. And that will help us finalize the decision on this proceeding. And this is phase 2 of the proceeding. Phase 3 will commence thereafter. So that, I think, is our next steps, just informal comments on these workshops and another smaller workshop just to finish off the results that weren't ready today. And just thank you again for all your work and all your participation in today. everyone should have a great afternoon, and stay tuned for that email with dates to submit informal comment. Anything else? Does anyone have anything else they want to say here at the end?
I just want to open up questions one last time as well. If you have any other questions.
There are no additional questions in the chat.
Actually, Norman Peterson has a question.
Oh, yes.
Hi, just a really quick question for Anatoly. Did I understand correctly that you were saying, Anatoly, if you're still there and with us, that you're saying that downstream compressors like Quigley and Newberry Springs can maintain pressure into the LA basin even though you have a failure of line pack stream of those compressors like just downstream of receipt points such as Topak or North Needles or Wheeler Ridge. But I guess we don't have Anatoly with us. It was on his slide 44 that I think he was trying to show that.
Anatoly, we can't hear you. You might be muted. Still can't hear you, Anatoly.
I can try to respond again to Norm. I mean, in a very simplest term, I mean, I'm thinking of using whatever is gas remaining in the boundaries to feed into the basin. But you don't have enough supplies coming in to replenish the line pack on the boundaries of the system.
Okay. I take that to be a yes. And thank you, Christina.
Okay. Thank you. So that concludes our workshop for today. We will send a follow-up email, and you can find the recording on the website once it is ready. Thank you, everyone.